Hey, what's up, y'all? My name is Diamond Styles. I go live every Friday at 7. We usually have a theme. Today's theme is the documentary I Am Your Venus about Venus extravaganza. And once we get done having the discussion, I open up the floor and we discuss other things, stuff that we're thinking about. What else? Usually in the description box, there's chapters. Once I have the time to go back and go through them and kind of timestamp the topics we discuss, so you can check those out. Yeah, yeah. How is everybody doing? Hey, Trishan, how are you? Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Let's see. Hey, Jay. How are y'all? I am currently wearing Paco Raman Fame. I love this little bottle. It looks like a robot. As you can see, it is a cute little robot. That's the reason why I bought it. But it also smells good too. So that is what I'm wearing today. It is. Let's see what I can find on it. It's floral. It's woodsy. It is orange, mango, jasmine, sandalwood, vanilla. I love jasmine. I love sandalwood. I love like orangey, citrusy smells. So that's my type of vibe, especially like in the summertime because it's fresh and it's fruity and I love it. And so I'm gonna link y'all to that if y'all like that. In Houston, this is hey Ty, this is Pride weekend. So happy Pride, motherfuckers. Happy Pride. I went to my first Pride event last night. Harrison Guy here is like the black trans. He's not trans, but he's a black gay man who is just all about like art and culture and history. And so he usually does these dope ass events. So last night he did an event for Larry Bagneres. And Larry is how do I describe Larry? Larry is like the Harvey. To me, they're like the Harvey Milk of Houston, but black. Creole. Um, and this is his first book. He's older. He is just an icon here in Houston and in New Orleans. And so they did a book launch and I went to it and got one of the books and he signed it for me. So I'm excited just to have it. I just think this is a dope um I learned so much just during the conversation, during the talk, and yeah, let me read a little bit about it to y'all before we get started. Um, so it says it's this is a bracing, uplifting, and sometimes laugh out loud memoir. Baby, he had us cracking up when he was telling his stories on the stage. Um, He recalls his active it's a memoir, so he recalls his activism career, like he founded the Houston Pride Parade and then followed to return to his hometown and become like a political organizer. He is one of the organizers who got all of the Confederate statues taken down in New Orleans. Definitely like a mainstay in like the local gay community here in this area on the Gulf Coast. In the book, he kind of invites us to he's telling stories about how he traveled the world. He was at Stonewall a month before Stonewall actually happened. He was in Chicago for a little bit. He went to Tel Aviv. He moved to San Francisco for a little bit, Singapore. So he gives you all these stories where he is building community and finding family in all these kind of queer spaces around the world. So yeah, just hearing him talk and hearing his history and all these places when all of this stuff was going on. Chef Kiss. So make sure you check it out. It is called Me Larry. Y'all know I got a bookshop, so I'm gonna link out to the bookshop in case you like to read books. So this is what I'm excited about. I'm excited to read about this. Um, Finish reading, hearing about his stories because I got an award in his honor last year. Is it close enough for me to grab? Let me go find it. Um, I think this is it. Is this it? No, it's not. I don't know where it's at. Is it right here? Hmm. It's somewhere in my house. Where is he? I don't know where it is. It's somewhere in here, but I can't find it. um, but yes, I got uh, a award in his honor last year. So this was the event a year later to celebrate his book coming out. So it was dope. I loved it. How are y'all doing? Hey Jenny. Hey CL. We're gonna get started in about 4 minutes. Make sure if you are a returning watcher, make sure y'all thumbs up as y'all come in. If you are new here, make sure you thumbs up. If you enjoy the conversation, you can. If you are watching after the live is over, you can comment, and I usually respond to anything. How y'all feeling this Pride at the end of Pride Month? Did y'all do any exciting things in Pride Month? Um, I also watched today. I watched a bunch of dope ass documentaries. I watched Venus the other day, but today I watched, and we're gonna have to talk about this next week because I didn't want to add them together. I need them to be separate. On HBO, there's a new documentary called Enigma. Y'all need to watch it because we talking about it next week. So I this week is about I'm Your Venus, so I ain't gonna get into it, but y'all need to watch that. Both of them are good, but that one, I need y'all opinions about that one. Another one that I watched recently is called Mama's Boy. It is the Academy that came out in no, not last year, a couple of years ago. It's a I didn't get to watch it, but it's called Mama's Boy. I watched it today. I didn't get to watch it then, but it was about the guy who did the screenplay for Milk that won an Oscar award, Dustin Lance Black. And it talks about his childhood, his gay identity, and his mother's disability, and just all these things that kind of led to him being who he is. And it's such a dope ass. He was one of the key players in getting gay marriage passed. So if y'all want some dope ass like queer documentaries that's out, make sure y'all check them out. I love them. Oh wow, they got Amanda Lear as a photo for Enigma. Yes, it's about Amanda Lear and Ashley, April Ashley. It's literally about them two, but I don't want to talk about it yet. So Ravina, go watch it and we'll talk about it next week. I don't want to ruin this moment for about this documentary, but that one was sickening. That one was sickening, 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 sickening. Um, but yes, make sure y'all check that out so y'all can be ready to talk all y'all shit and talk about it because that one was messy. Um, it will be next Friday. That's when I'm gonna talk about it. I always talk if I post a post about it, I always talk about it. But that one's gonna be next Friday because I need that one needs to be discussed. Um, yeah, that one's fire. I love that one. That one is sickening. Alrighty. Okay, so we are. Let me. Yeah, Miss Lear. It was that one was messy, but I don't want to talk about that this week. We gotta dive deep into it because that's some British teas, baby, some European teas, baby, and I need to get into that tea. All right, so let's get into I am your Venus. I'm your Venus. I'm your fire, your desire. Yes. So I am your Venus is on Netflix. It is a documentary that follows the biological and the ballroom family of Venus Extravaganza, a trans icon who was featured in the 1988 Paris is Burning. Y'all remember her? She had the blonde hair. She was the Puerto Rican girl who, touch this skin, honey, touch all this skin. You're just an overgrown orangutan. Da 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 da. So that whole thing, Miss Venus, honey. One of the tragedies of the one of the tragedies of Paris is Burning is that before before it was released, or either during the recording or before it was actually released, she was actually found murdered in a hotel room. A lot of people talk about how Candy's storyline, not the character, but the storyline arc for Candy was based off of Venus Extravaganza. The film delves into challenges faced by the trans community and other queer people while exploring like themes of grief and family reconciliation and the fight for justice. So I think that this is a really good documentary and I want to jump into it. So, how many of y'all did y'all watch it? Did y'all check it out? Our brothers need their own show. I totally disagree. And I'll get into why. The one who made the orangutan microaggression. Yes, the one who made the orangutan microaggression. I was gonna get into that. Yes. Because in the documentary there was something that happened that I was like, oh, I think who is editing this? They did a really, really good job. Um, yes. So one of the themes that we are that this explores is family. So like I said, this is about two sides of her family, the biological family and the House of Extravaganza, which is a legendary ballroom house. Like that's one of the few houses that survived from the 80s to now, that's still out here pumping through in regards to the ball scene. That's one of those, kind of legendary names that you hear about when you think about ballroom. Hector Extravaganza, and also when it comes to these kind of groundbreaking queer media, and I think this is because the privileges of being New Yorkers. Um, a lot of those kind of groundbreaking documentaries and shit always focuses on New York people. And I think because of that, you're going to see a lot of them in, documentaries and stuff. So you're going to hear the name Extravaganza. Um, when you think about, Mirror Mirror, um, with Consuela Cosmetics, whatever. I can't remember her name, but Mirror Mirror from '96. When we think of Pose, when we think of this documentary, when we think of all the kind of the classic documentaries about queer folks, you see a lot of extravaganzas in it, or their name come up, especially if it revolves around like New York. Um, um, so The documentary starts off with her brother telling a story about how he saw her dressed up as a girl. And when he saw her, he thought he didn't know her. So he tried to holler at her. And um, he was coming up to her. And when she saw that it was him, she just got to booking and running, which I thought was funny and hilarious. Um, I have to be honest, when I first started listening and started to see it focus on the brothers, there was a side eye in my spirit because there is something about families that kind of lead to you being out in the street and lead to you having to find a chosen family because they either abandoned you or mistreated you or didn't accept you. There is something about families that of murdered or killed or people who have died, family getting in the limelight that gets on my nerves. You are getting a certain level of celebration and fame and notoriety because your child had the daring and had the courage and had the magic and had the vision the um and had the gall to kind of be out here in the world doing change making things and doing change making activities, whether it was their plan or not. They made a mark in the world despite you, despite you not helping them, despite you not being there to support them, despite you causing trauma to them, despite you being a source of their reason for being out into these dangerous streets. It kind of irks me. It makes me give a side eye to the family that are in these kind of spaces. Now you come into the ball, come into the Vogue events, come into the ball scene, and you got the cameras in your face, and now you all smiling and and almost getting atoned by the community. That feels fucking weird to me. It always has. It always doesn't sit right with me. And one of those moments, the reason why I feel weird about those moments, one of those moments is in recent times is when Tony McDade was murdered by the police in Tallahassee, Florida. And if you know anything about the Tony McDade story, it happened at the same exact time that George Floyd happened. And everybody was in the streets with George Floyd. Then, and that's because he's a cisgender man. Also, a month before George Floyd, Breonna Taylor was killed by the police. So everybody is like, yo, y'all going out in the street. And it's not that we have a problem with y'all rioting and going out in the street for George Floyd because he was wrongfully killed by that police officer. But it seems y'all only got that fuck no energy for cis black men. Y'all, for cis black women, for Breonna Taylor when she was wrongfully murdered by those people in Kentucky. When we think about Sandra Bland, like literally Alton Sterling and all these black men, y'all was going up in arms there. But anytime it's a black cis woman, y'all ain't saying shit. And we literally gotta make slogans. Say her name too. Because y'all saying Philando Castile and George Floyd and Alton Sterling. Y'all saying all these niggas' names, but it's black women that's been murdered by the police too. And a level down, it's literally a trans man that got murdered the same fucking week in Florida. And y'all ain't going up in arms about them either. Killed by the police. And then we got Bianca Hill in Kansas City, Missouri, that got killed by the police the same month. Black trans woman. And y'all ain't going up about them either. So y'all only care about black cis men getting killed by the police? Is that the only time y'all care about justice? So even in injustice, y'all misogyny show up, y'all transphobia show up, y'all homophobia show up. Like, we can't even care about justice for marginalized people. That's shady to me. But anyway, so when, and tell me if y'all agree, am I tripping? That just feels weird. So Tony McDade got killed. And one of the things you learn, because he had a Facebook and people could see his videos. He was homeless because he was a trans man. He was homeless. We know that we housing insecurity for us, the numbers are higher. And so he's sleeping on somebody's couch. And he can't stay with his family. His family don't support him. It aligns with my research because they were doing a wellness check apparently. And so a lot of times trans men who get murdered by the cops, it's about mental health, wellness check, all that kind of stuff. The family put up a GoFundMe for him that raised $207K. $207,000 went to his family, the family that wasn't supporting him when he was alive. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm haunting all you motherfuckers. That is crazy. And so there was a part of me in the beginning of this documentary that was kind of side-eyeing the family. So yeah, it gave me a side eye. Now that side eye kind of that side eye kind of lessened as I continued, because what we do have to understand is these are old men right now. And if you judge me by my young brain, y'all wouldn't like me. My young brain and my 44-year-old brain are two different brains. I can't say that I'm super, super different. There's something that has been consistent. But I have grown and matured in my response to harm. I've grown in my matured in my judgment of people and judgment of things that I don't understand. And in that moment, watching them, I'm seeing the regret. And I'm seeing, everybody ain't fucking, you don't know everything that you're supposed to do just because hindsight is 2020. And so you can look back and try to say things different, but going through the motions, sometimes you do shit that's wrong. That's just what it is. And so I heard them talking about how, especially that older brother. That older brother was like, yeah, I strung him up by his legs and was holding him up, and I just didn't, he had all these kind of classic big brother, bullying, homophobic reasons. Um, and all of them kind of felt that kind of way. They all were kind of like on that level of, ooh, shunning her. And she knew it. And so she was staying with aunties and grandmas and then going out in the street, which leads to drugs and prostitution and you get what I'm saying? All that kind of shit. All because she couldn't find solace and a sense of home and a sense of self or freedom to be self in her actual home. Another thing that was triggering me. So, and y'all tell me if y'all like this. This ain't got nothing to do with them. This more has to do with me. So, it's two accents that triggers that make me think racist. So, when I hear the hillbilly southern redneck, they call that kind of uh, I'm going home to see my wife, and that kind of country accent that you hear in white people, and you just know that their grandmother and grandfather sits in their home and talk and call their ass and call us niggers and all that kind of stuff. That accent really triggers me into are y'all, especially if it's white people. That accent triggers me to be like, are they racist? Is this the Ku Klux Klan? That kind of redneck hick. But also, if you're from the South, there are different types of Southern. There is the endure high class Southern, like Endora Welty, and then there's like a low class Southern that's kind of country. So rednecks be country. That country one, and the high class one too, but different circumstances. That country one triggers me. But another one that triggers me is New York Italian. New York Italian accents triggers me to think racist. If you giving me, and I don't know if it's movies or movies that do it to me, but if you giving me that Italian accent, it triggers me to think you racist. So when I hear her brothers talking, I'm like, why do they sound like? Because I didn't know her background. I thought that she was a Puerto Rican. So when I hear her brothers talking, I'm hearing this racist, what I associate with racism, this racist New York Italian accent. And I'm like, why are they talking like this? Why they don't sound quote unquote Puerto Rican? I'm not, I ain't in the Puerto Rican culture like that to have them. Joe Pesci, yes. Goodfellas. So there's some I expect some kind of Afro Latinx or just a Latinx kind of sound to them. So I'm expecting that. So when I hear them and I hear this Italian accent, I'm like, why do they sound like this? Why do they sound like New York Italians? I thought she was Puerto Rican. So the whole time I'm watching, I'm like, this accent is annoying the fuck out of me. Like, what is happening here? Like, did they? And in my brain, I'm like, are they code switching to sound like Italians? Like in my brain, because I have always heard that she was Puerto Rican. So I'm like, I know that's probably why I don't like these motherfuckers, because these motherfuckers was trying to be Italian white. Like, is that what the fuck is going on? That's what while I'm watching it. So I text my New York homegirls and was like, yo, like, what's this accent? Why is this accent? Da, 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 da. And they were like, yeah, that sounds like New York Italian. And I'm like, yeah, why they sound like this? It was strange. But as you keep going and you learn about their history, they are not just a Puerto Rican family. They are a Italian and Puerto Rican family. So one of their parents was Italian, one of their parents was Puerto Rican. So that's why they had this accent. And I was like, oh, so she was white. I was like, oh, so she was white. She was literally spicy white. She wasn't what I could. When I think Puerto Rican, I think, I know you can be black or white, Latinx person. I know. But because of, I associate that with, minorities. But I'm like, oh, wait, this was a white woman. This was a white Puerto Rican woman. I'm like, oh, that makes sense. That makes when she said what New York Chicken Wing called out. When she said the orangutan shit, it was always like side eye when she said, but then that makes me even more side eye. Cause it's like, but if you pay attention to the documentary, when they show that part of the Paris is Burning documentary, they actually cut the orangutan part out. Yeah, I side at it, period. But definitely now I know you white Italian fish, girl. From because there's a particular closeness to the racism that makes me feel like, oh, wait a minute. When I watched in the documentary, they cut it out. And my brain, when I was watching it, I was like, oh, that's good. Whoever's editing this was smart enough to edit that out. Now, when you go further in the movie, during a mix, like towards the end, they put it in a music mix. There's some kind of a mix, some kind of, I don't know, some type of house music mix, and they put it in the mix, so it was still in there. But when they cut to the film of Paris is Burning, and they played that part, they did cut it out, and I was like, oh, that's smart, that's good, because in my brain I'm like, oh, we're a little bit more advanced, and we know how problematic that was for her to say that to a black boy, because sometimes in the clip you don't know who she talking to. But in Paris, and sometimes people, when they show the clip, you don't know that she's talking to a black person because they don't show you that person in certain parts, certain way that it's edited. But if you watch Paris is Burning, you know she's talking to a black boy. And that's when it becomes problematic. So, realizing that they were Italian and Puerto Rican gave a whole different spin of this. Because it gave her existence more context, and it gave that accent of who they are more context. They grew up in Jersey Village in New Jersey. And so I was saying that they were them kind of, these ain't just regular New Yorkers. These is like Jersey motherfuckers. And I don't know about y'all. I don't know nothing about, well, I don't know nothing. But I ain't real deep. I have to ask my New Yorker friends to know what the tea is about them. But in my experience of New York, there is Jersey has a there's a lot of coons in Jersey. There's a lot of coons, and there's a lot of people who want to be white, but they're not. Like I don't know. It's like Jersey feels like, oh, this was a more affordable place that we can live that's still close to New York. And so because this is like the suburb, it grew into its own city and blah 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 blah, of course. But this still feels like a suburb of New York, a cheaper version that all the more closer to poverty people move to. And so there's a certain swag about them. It's just different. And the boys went to live in San Francisco with the mom. They look Afro Latinx when they were younger. See, they look just like what I consider. Yeah, I could tell that they were spicy white. It gave way more details, way more context to her. All right. So you learn about their history. We learn about and they talk about they show some clips from Paris is Burning that we don't really get to see in the edit of Paris is Burning. We get to see a little bit more clips, a little bit more of her and her family, and how, she was staying with her grandma and she was staying with her little auntie or whatever. We also find out more details about her death. So much Jersey City slander. Yeah, I don't know if it's slander. It's just the tease that I get when I meet like old head New Jersey folks. They feel like how do I explain that? They just feel like great value New Yorkers. But maybe I'm wrong because I'm not from there. But I don't know. New Jersey feels different. I don't know. They might be their own entity, but that's just how I feel as an outsider coming. um so I want to know, this is also one of them situations. It's like y'all waited till this is actually pissing me off more now that I'm thinking about it. I tried to give them grace a little bit because it was an emotional documentary, but now that I'm thinking about it, it kind of is making my side eye stronger. But y'all wait till this documentary to find out all the teas. Like, this documentary just was created. She passed away in the 80s. Y'all just now digging into this tea? Y'all didn't care about it before at all? But you want me to think y'all care about it now that the cameras is rolling and it took y'all 30 years? This kind of pisses me off. I was trying to give them grace at first, but now I'm thinking about it. I didn't think about that in the moment, but she died in the 80s and y'all just now trying to dig deep into the case and change her headstone just now. I don't like that. It goes back to me like all of them. I thought it was just the brother. They all was strung out. I thought it was just one of them. They all was. I must didn't clock that T. I thought it was just one. So for me, that's a side out for me. I'm like, y'all just not figure this out. Now that somebody want to do a documentary about y'all sister dying, y'all like, oh, I want to find out the truth. Oh, I didn't know they all had went to prison. Okay, well, I guess they on drugs and in prison, and now they old and clean. Okay, okay, a little bit of the grace is back. They don't care about that child when living, and surely don't after her death. They probably want some attention, child. So I don't know. Two things could be true. I think that they can care and regret. I think they can regret. I don't think that they. I don't think that they're. I think both of them can be true. I think that we care, but oh, a documentary. Okay. I look up who owned it and who produced it, and they're not connected to them. So I don't know if they necessarily got a coin. One of them gave me he was come across the water. What that mean? Mm. So yeah, are y'all so thinking about it from their perspective? That was an interesting. I'm gonna get to that part. Um, I want to stay on this part right here about the getting when they were in that little boardroom with another thing I wanted to point out, the girls who were kind of featured in this, the trans girls, was Giselle, Alicia. She is in the House of Extravaganza. Shout out to my girl Rory. My girl Rory. She was on there. She didn't do no talking part, but I seen she's in the House of Extravaganza, and she she be in here sometimes. Shout out to her. Who else? And Gia. Gia, what is Gia's last name? Gia Love. Gia Love. Gia Love is sickening. I live for her. I lived for her before she had her little FFS, but she just got her FFS and she looked even more sickening. But oh, Gia looks love. Gia Love. Um, and then Maximo Extravaganza and Michael Roberson. So anyway, when they were in the boardroom and they were talking about the death and talking about the details and then kind of getting emotional about the details, how did y'all feel about that? Not what we were just talking about, but if y'all were in that situation, would y'all want to know more details or would y'all not? Like, would y'all want to be like, and one of the brothers was like, "Oh, I don't even want to know no more," and then somebody was like, "Well, we want to know if we want to get the DNA and see more. We want to confirm the T." How would y'all feel about it? Just let it go because it's been 30 years, or yeah, I want to know the T. How would y'all feel? How would y'all feel? Because it has been 30, 40 years, child. Almost 40 years. Like literally almost 40 years. I would want to know. Because in the documentary, they said that somebody confessed and had a lot of the details of the murder in their confession. And but So they wanted to do some DNA to see if his DNA matched what was going on. I will want to know everything. I think I will want to know everything too, especially if you were doing DNA. For some reason, it was part of their closure. They were genuinely hurt by her unaliving. I think they were too, Lebo. I'm the type where closure will give me more peace. I am too. I be wanting to know the tea. I want to know all the T's. I want to know the details. I want to know. I want to know confirmation of certain things. Anything that we can get confirmed for sure. I want to know that because the lawyers was given like that man that confessed was like the one, and it found out it wasn't. But no. I think he gave that tea, but he also gave the tea of we can't be 100% for sure though. You know, even if we do confirm, how if he was there, blah 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 blah. Blah. I think he did give them the this is what we know so far, but know that this doesn't confirm everything. For me, when it comes to ancestor veneration, knowing what happened shapes how I honor the person. That's a good call out, Jay. If that's a part of your spiritual practice, facts. I think information is power. Yeah, I would want to know. Um, Especially the information around the murder. I don't really know if I needed the details of, oh, so they strangled her with a scarf. They tied her up, tied her hands up with a zip tie. I don't know if I necessarily need that, but I do want to know the details of did y'all do the DNA test? Did y'all do um did y'all do like is did y'all who was the suspects? I'm talking about shit like that. I would want to know the that. Where's the investigation at now? Um but I wouldn't know. I wouldn't be for sure if I want every single detail. Every single detail. How did she die? Like with the autopsy report was shit like that. Yes, but I don't know if I would need. I don't know if I would need that for the closure. For the closure, I would know. The closure for me is how extensive did this investigation go? Why is it a cold case? Why it need to be reopened? Where did y'all fumble? Where are y'all at with finding out who killed my sister? What's the tea? I would want to know that. I don't know if I need closure on exactly how she was murdered. Oh, she was on the right side of the room and she was zip tied, and I don't know if I would have needed that. They were looking for the full police file. I could have been a lot more gruesome. But yeah, they said they wanted to see. Um, so later on, of course, it showed that the DNA didn't match. Do y'all believe it, or do y'all believe that was just some niggas saying talking about something else? Because this is another tea, y'all. That when I watch these documentaries, oh, I want to see that. When I watch these documentaries about crime and murders and abuse and blah 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 from like the 60s, 70s, and 80s, it was the fucking wild wild west. Prior to DNA, these motherfuckers didn't know shit. Like you could kill a motherfucker and get away with it because it was the wild wild west. They barely was doing fingerprints. The fucking people was fucking lazy. When I think about like the thank you. This is my Zelda shirt. Um when I think about people who like go off and be different identities and go off and kidnap kids and keep their kids for 20 years and there's a bunch of shit was going on in that era, and probably of course before, but where people they didn't have a clue of how to find these people. It was crazy, where I'm like, oh my god, like um The girl in the picture, that documentary, The Girl in Picture. Um, what else? Just all kinds of different little shows that I watch where I'm like, these detectives didn't know nothing until DNA came along. There was a man doing a world tour with his crimes because it was so easy to change identities. Yeah, that's crazy. They didn't know anything, and a lot of times they would blame on anybody they could for any reason they could. Yes, especially if it's meant to lock up a black person. Facts. It's like, what? Y'all didn't have nothing. That old boy, Ted Bundy, was tipping around the country. Went from Seattle down to fucking Colorado, Utah, all them places down there. Then ended up in Ohio, Chicago, or was it Ohio, Chicago, somewhere up there in the Midwest. Then ended up in the fucking Florida. That's crazy. Killing, going in people's houses and killing them. Going in the dorms, walking in girls' dorms and killing girls. Um, Driving his little buggy into beach areas and sneaking and lying to the girls to try to get help. Ooh, with a cast on, snatching them into the car. All kinds of crazy stuff. And they had then snatch a little 12-year-old girl in Utah. Child. And these are the people that they found. These ain't the only people. That is so wild to me. And what's wild to me is there's like they estimate it's just like it was they were active during this time. There's some that's active right now that we gonna hear when we get older, we gonna hear documentaries about the serial killer in the 2010s and the 2020s. Like the other 20s. Whatever. It's gonna be crazy. That's gonna be like, damn, I was in this area. I just saw one happening about I don't know, God, what that documentary is called. About like a serial killer in between Houston and Dallas. They were finding bodies. It's crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Ted put on some glasses and was a whole new man. Clark Kent of the of motherfucking serial killers. Nigga said I'm somebody else this week. It was crazy. That shit was crazy to me. And so that's what this case on this documentary reminded me of. It reminded me of how these people don't know how to do their job, or they're lazy and they don't care about you as a trans person. So bam, it's just this is what it is. And you really gotta push them. So back when police was thought to be effective. Mm-hmm. The man admitted that confessed off him 2 days later after being in prison for years. Ain't that crazy? Don't even make sense. Don't even sound. That's why when the brother was like, that don't even sound right. I was like, I agree with brother. That don't even sound right. That's like sound like some motherfucker trying to make up some shit. That don't even sound right. Get out of here. Um, and I'm so I gotta ask y'all a question. This is not because I don't think that this is important. I think that these things are important. So I'm asking these questions just to see y'all mindset about it. So they memorialized her old house. They made it a historical place. So I think one of the things that when you make a house or some historical place, you can't tear it down, or I don't know, it's something about that. There's a you preserve it because it's a historical location. Um, do y'all think that stuff matters? I think it's dope. I think it's good when you honor people with stuff like that, but that don't be enough for me. I want you to fucking change some laws and solidify some rights. That's important to me. But it's something, it's cringe to do that for a homicide victim. Oh, you agree with it. I agree with honoring people. I feel like it is a public veneration. I think that it is as somebody who does put ancestor veneration in my spirit, that is a part of my spiritual practice. I feel like it is something that venerates that particular person, and it's something that somebody coming up as a little trans kid, as a little trans person, can find in the archives, in the history. It's so many people that we don't know nothing about that did so many amazing things on a community level, on a like even Call Me Larry. I'm just now learning about him, and I've been in Houston for almost 20 years now. And so ain't nobody told me that it was a black person who founded Houston Black Pride. And so those things, honoring those people and creating those landmarks allows those people to not be I went to the website for the house. It's more than preservation. They are developing educational programs, looking at providing emergency housing. Yeah, I think it can be something. I feel like it can be special. There are some things that I'm like, I don't know if that's big enough, but why I'm for it is because it on a just a little level, they can at least be found by somebody in the future. You don't, as somebody who considers myself a historian, you don't know how many times I've went to a particular. Let me give you a perfect example that literally I got confirmation this week. So I went to Oakland. Now, Oakland is in the middle of a blue state, in right adjacent to San Francisco, one of the most queerest cities. And I went to Oakland for this Auburn Seminary retreat. And one of the things that they did, they split us up. There was a bunch of us there, and they split us up in groups of like 7 to 10 people. And this is how they were. I thought that this was dope. So y'all tell me if y'all. I think that this was sickening to me. So they can't afford to get you to do everything in the city. So what they did, they paid for each one of us to go to something. So they split us up in groups of 12. Think about like 6 groups of 12 or 7 groups of 12. I don't know, but small groups of people. And they give you a camera, and you go. They give everybody pull a little thing out of hat or whatever. I don't know how they. I can't remember exactly um how they divvied it up, but they had things that you can do around the city. In the like one group went to the redwood forest where all the tall ass big ass trees are. One group went to they just did different little shit. And what you supposed to do, you take your camera. They paid for cameras for us, and each person takes pictures of their experience. And then when you all come back together, y'all all share. You upload your picture to this little thing, and they put it on the screen, and your group goes up and explain what you saw at your particular adventure, your particular excursion. And so even though the other groups didn't get to go experience it with you, you get to show pictures and talk about it. So it's almost like the experience, not exactly the same, but that's how it worked. And I just thought it was brilliant. I thought it was dope because even though we didn't get to go to the other stuff, the other people got to show us pictures and tell us what they experienced and showed us. Everybody had a camera, so every little detail that this person may not have noticed, this person noticed. This person, like me, I went to the African American museum in Oakland. And so went to that museum. It was fire, but went down. They have a library at the bottom floor, and so I went and talked to the librarian. She was a Black woman, and I said, "Hey, show me all your books that you got on Black trans queer people." And she went into her computer and was like, "Oh, we don't have nothing. We're in this renaissance of this trans renaissance of people caring about trans issues, and you don't have not one book on Black trans people in Oakland." So I'm like, how dare you? I'm saying that, but not like that. But I'm like, oh my God, why don't y'all have some kind of books on the topic of trans people? She said, I am sorry. You know what? I'm the librarian here. Do you have any suggestions of books? And so I gave her tons of books. I led her in a direction. And so this week, my homegirl is in Oakland, my sister, homegirl. And I say, hey, yo. And she told me where she was going. And I was like, oh, I went to that motherfucker a couple of years ago, and they didn't have no Black trans books. So when you go in there, I need you to ask them, do they have any Black transgender books? And and see if they upgraded their catalog and blah, 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 blah. And so she calls me back. She says, yes, bitch, they got 6 books. And she named them. And I was like, oh, them is the one that I suggested to her. Good. And so now in the library, in Oakland's African American Library, there are selections. Let me look what she sent. She sent, that's why it's important to advocate for yourself too and ask people, because it you never know. Some people, and I don't think she was a negative person. She just didn't know. She was like, maybe I just didn't know. I didn't think about it, because sometimes that's not in my wheelhouse to think about. So she sent me pictures of the books. So Black C.J. Norton, Black on One Side, Black on Both Sides, which is a great racial historical book. I have it somewhere over there. Of course, we put Janet Mock. And then Refusal and Inventions. Yeah, really, really good. Endearing New Indigenous Black Life Across America. That has some tons of queer stories in there. That includes trans people. So yeah, so that was one of the things. And so I'm somebody who I nerd out about shit. I nerd out about history. And there's been many, many times that I've been in spaces that I will randomly learn about a trans person or a queer person in a particular niche area where they don't live in New York to have their house. They live in fucking Akron, Ohio, but they're the trans. Like, for example, I have a cousin they're the trans icon of Akron. I have a cousin who named Felix Macbeth. Felix Macbeth is the founder of the Spencer, Indiana Pride. It is the largest rural pride in America. Felix Macbeth is my cousin. My cousin, he's the cousin who, now I don't know if your family like this, but I've heard other queer people talk about this, where the older generation of queer people, they keep them secret and keep them away from you. You don't hear about them. They're kind of shunned out the family. You might hear legends of them, but it almost like they keep them away from you, like so you don't become more queer or something. So my cousin Felix is like, right now he is like 63. So he was like a generation older than me. And so is that generation or two generations? Maybe two generations. Yeah, two generations older than me. Is that how long is a generation? Is it 10 years? I don't know. How long is a generation? What's that? Y'all know that answer? Let's see what Google has to say. Okay, Google. How many years is considered a generation?
A generation is typically considered to be about 20 to 30 years, though
Okay.
this can vary.
Okay, thank you. I love my Google has a black woman voice. um so yes, that's a generation before me. And so when he was coming out, he literally, they put him out of his house. They put him out of my uncle Cleaver C. Country ass name. We got a country ass family. My uncle Cleaver C, that's Felix's son, kicked him out of the house. And so he had to go and be homeless in Chicago. So he started to thrive as a queer black man, flamboyant gay black man in Chicago. And I didn't know anything about him because they were keeping him away from me. So it wasn't until my Aunt Thelma died and they had told me that I was going to meet Felix. And they gave me this whole story about Felix, which Felix years later would tell me that wasn't true. Um, it will tell me, I don't want to say it wasn't true. It was in his version of the story. It was true, but it wasn't his version. Their version is how they see it. And so I was expecting, honey, when I came to that funeral, the way they was talking about Felix, they made it seem like Phoenix was about to come in his funeral with fishnet stockings on and thigh-high boots. They said he was flamboyantly gay and flounced around and da 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 da. So me being the trans girl, I'm like, oh, I'm about to be my cousin Felix. Yes, baby. Felix walked in there. Now at the time I was like 17 when my Aunt Thelma died, somewhere around in my like my late teens. And so he was like 20 years older than me. So he's like in his like 40s. Is it 40s? Or late 30s. Wait, how am I? I'm 44. So he's about 20 years older. So he would be like 37. So yeah, almost 40. So because of that, he looked like an older dude. Now, he did have a lime green suit on, a lime green, like Steve Harvey suit. It was lime green though. But he had a regular bald head like an older man. He had gained a little weight. He looked, my other uncle, my straight uncle had a red Steve Harvey suit on. You know, these are I got country bunking ass men in my family. So they dandies, but they country dandies. So they gonna give you a bright colored suit and some knobs and some Stacey Adams, and they gonna give you that country ass shit, which I think is the shit is fly. But you know, they gonna give you my cousin Fred was in a purple suit and tie. My cousin um these are like the older alpha men of my family. He had a purple one, he had a red one, and motherfucking Felix had a fucking lime green one. Y'all niggas both bright. All y'all niggas bright. But I was expecting him to come in a whole different way. So it's just, I didn't until recently, like about 4 years ago, when me and Felix actually sat down and had a conversation and I was able to ask him questions, I learned that he founded the largest rural pride. I'm like, that is historic, Felix. Like, why you don't talk about that? And he was like, I didn't think about it. Like, I just was doing it. I wasn't thinking about it as something historical. I said, but nobody would know about this if you don't talk about it. If people don't talk about it, they wouldn't know that you did it. But you got the pictures, you got the proclamation, you got everything to prove that you fought to have this. So it needs to be archived. It needs to be, because somebody like me, some young person, would want to find it. And I think this about anybody's story. Like, I know some people want to be stealth and want to not just kind of die in oblivion. And it goes to what we're gonna talk about next week. But I think everybody should archive their story, because in some kind of way, because somebody is gonna look for it. Somebody from your area, some little small town. Because I know in Indiana, when I first was coming out, now luckily for me, I had a bunch of girls who were trans in my area, but I didn't really know that we didn't really know the history of all the trans girls who was in the city prior to the previous generation. I think the oldest one that I knew was like Roxy, that was dead and gone to hear about them. Like, we had old heads, but but somebody that was dead and gone before us, like, we didn't hear about them. I remember recently I found an article about how popping there's a street called Indiana Street. At the time, now it's been gentrified because it's by downtown and it ain't popping at all. The queer area of town is a whole different place. But during the Chitlin circuit time, 20, 30, 40, 50s, that street, Indiana, where Madam C.J. Walker Theater is on, that street used to be like where all the gay clubs were. And I didn't know that about Indianapolis. I didn't know that. I always thought that it was Massachusetts, because in my brain, that's where all the gay clubs was when I was growing up. But it was the other side of downtown that was popping for Black people, which is why Madam C.J. Walker's theater is still there, because during that era of the city, because it was so many Black people in the city at the time, that's the area that was like had the Black history. And I was like, oh, I didn't know that. But I was looking through articles and found them. Then I found an article about this Black maid, this Black trans maid that was one of our, like, not debutantes, one of our, like, rich socialites in our city. She was the maid of one of our white rich socialites, but she was trans. It was a whole story. And so those type of little nuggets, I think, is dope to find in regards to your history, in regards to your area. So if you are one of those people from the area and you did some dope ass shit, let people know. Um, yeah, and I think that's important. That's why I think in this documentary about Venus, those things, initially people act like they don't care about that stuff, or it's just kind of for show. But for a historian, I don't think that is for show. I think that it venerates the person, and it also lets somebody later on be able to find you. We're learning so much, especially people. We're learning so much, and especially people who need more information later on down the line when they're doing a documentary, when they're doing something for that particular person. So I wanted to see y'all opinions on if y'all think it's too much. It is 38 people in here and only 18 people have thumbed up. Why are y'all not thumbs up? Thumbs up. What else did I want to talk about? Ouch, 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 ouch. There was a moment when Giselle said, what did Giselle have to say? She had to check them about something. So anyway, they had to confront. There was I don't want to say confront. Is it confront? I don't know. Maybe so. There was a moment where the brothers set up a meeting with some of the members of the extravaganza family that were alive when Venus was around. And they were cutting from the auntie talking to the brothers, and then the brothers talking to one of the family members. And the family member was like, I didn't know how I wanted to. It's good that I'm seeing y'all now that we are, now that I'm older, because I'm more mature and I can handle this type of conversation. But he was like, I don't know if I wanted to see y'all back in the day because y'all didn't give a fuck about her. The reason why she was out here in the streets is because of y'all. And I probably would have cussed y'all ass out if I would have met y'all years ago. How did y'all feel about that situation? Like when her gay uncle said, if this was years back, I wouldn't be talking to them. How did y'all feel about that? He was ready to where I lived. Yeah, because it would take me back to what I was talking about earlier. Because it feels like they're trying to get atonement. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, we didn't treat our sibling right or our family member right, and we're realizing it, and we want to come talk to y'all to get atonement for the wrongness that we did, from the way that we were acting and the way that we were treating her. We were ignorant back then, and so we want to talk to y'all and learn more about her and say we're sorry and get atoned. How do y'all feel about atonement after that? And while y'all respond, let me tell y'all this story about me and that. So, y'all know my gay son Brandon passed away in 2022 or 2023 in July the 2nd. And me and his mother didn't get along. For one reason, because she was a homophobe, but second reason, because I'm petty and I like to do petty stuff to homophobic parents. So when I met her, I want to say this is around 2010, 2009, like 9, 10. No, 2010. It had to be 2010. So when Brandon lived with me off and on from 2010 to 2020. Off and on, like, and usually for long periods of time. So he came to live with me in 2000, and he came to visit in 2010, 11. He didn't stay, but he would be back and forth to visit for, two 1 to 2 weeks. And then he came to live with me in 2013 and stayed with me till 2015. Then he moved back with me in 2016 and stayed with me to 2020. 19, 18, 19, late 18, early 19. I can't remember exactly when. Um, 18. I think it was 18, late 18. So, okay, yeah, so. Um, so, so yeah, during that time, that early time when Brandon lived with me in 2013, and when he visited me like 2012, 2011, 2012, he would tell me his story because this was us, getting deeper in our friendship. So he would tell me about how his mother would, threaten him and call him all kind of gays, and how his mother, who is a white woman, I thought his mother was biracial because she's very, very tan. Like his mother is like my color. And so when I saw her, I was like, she must be biracial, but she's not. She's just a white Italian woman. And so because of that, I was like, oh, but she dates black men. And so she got biracial babies, black babies. And so all her kids look, because she's a dark Italian and her baby daddies are black, all her kids just look like light skinned black people. They could be biracial, but they kind of look like Brandon was darker than me. He got a brother named Dominique that's brown, like not even light skinned, brown. um, so all her kids are brown, 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 brown. Like I feel like Brandon was the most light. Anyway, so she was just a homophobe. Like she got shunned by her Italian family, who was racist, and because she had black kids, she was kind of like ostracized by her family because she had some mutt babies. And so she became a stripper, and so she was white woman in the strip club making money, um getting treated young, hot, getting treated like a queen, implants, doing her thing with her black kids. So she was just mean as hell to them, very homophobic. He described one story where she had a cucumber, and he's like 7 or 8, and she was like, you see this right here, if you keep on if you keep being a agate, they're gonna be trying to put something this big in your ass. You don't want to be an agate. And it just was these horrible stories of him being abused and physically abused by her because he was queer. And so when he came to live, and so long story short, when they got of age, like I think like 17, 18 of her children, she started to like neglect them. So one time she found this man in California who was promising her the world on the internet. Dumb. But said, and so instead of her preparing her sons for the world, do you know she totally left her sons in this apartment? Like she just left them. She picked up and moved to California with this random man and left them in the apartment to stay without any way to take care of themselves. And they're like 17, 16, 15, 15, because it's Brandon, Brittany, then Dominique. So think like 15, 17. And so they don't have jobs. They didn't know she was leaving. So it wasn't like she says, all right, y'all getting grown. Y'all need to go get some jobs. Y'all can take care of the bills. Da, 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 da. She just picked up and left. And they're in the house with no way to pay for the bills. She just left him. So they wake up like, where's mom at? Like, what's going on? And the daughter had already had a baby, so she was already out in a low income apartment. So she didn't really get affected by this. Because it's three of them. It's Brandon, the daughter, and the younger brother. Both boys are gay. So this is how Brandon ended up getting into sex work, because he didn't know how to survive. He was already in the gay community, but if you in the gay community and you got struggles, motherfuckers be like, well, nigga, you better start selling that booty. That's like automatic. I remember when I had struggle, how I got in sex work, my homegirl was doing it, and she said, yo, you better put an ad in the paper, girl. You done got fired from your job. That's just what it is. That's the opportunity. That's the opportunity. So he got into sex work. And this is also how he got in his status situation. So because of that, he had to leave. He had to get in a car, his car that he had. He bought a car from somebody. And then he said, well, if I ain't got no place to stay here, I might as well go somewhere else that I've been wanting to go to. So he had been wanting to move to LA. He wanted to move to LA. And so he packed up his car and his dog. He bought a pit bull, Prue. And he moved to LA. And so never looking back. Of course, it didn't work out for his mom and that man. So she went back to St. Louis, because they were in St. Louis. He went back to St. Louis, and she went down to LA to help Brandon move in. Pretending that she's motherly in case she needs to come and live with him, because now the dude is acting crazy. But Brandon was like, no, bitch, you can't come live with me. I'm living in the shelter right now. So she ended up helping him move. When he did get an apartment, she ended up helping him move into his place, but she ended up staying in St. Louis. So it was a whole thing. But I'm telling you all of this because they had a tumultuous relationship. She was so disrespectful about gay shit. But when I come along, I know all the stories. So sometimes we will be on Facebook and we will be commenting on his stuff, and she'll say some weird ass shit. Like one time, now I'm his gay mother. That's his biological mother. So if he says something about me being his mom will come under the comments and say shit like, she didn't go under 20 hours of labor for you. I don't appreciate you calling her your mom. I'm not a mother, so maybe that made her feel funny. But I'm petty. So I go under the comment and I say, well, you are the mother that did the 24 hours of labor, but I'm the mother who's not homophobic and threatened to put cucumbers and stuff in his ass if he's gonna be a faggot. I'm the nice mother. The accepting mother. So we got two different jobs. You the homophobic birth mother. I'm the accepting gay mother. We different. She did not like that. But I'm telling the truth. I'm not telling no lie. I'm bringing up the truth. And so she would go off like, I haven't been what she said. She was like, I have accepted my children. You're talking about something that happened years ago and you don't even know me, and why are you telling her that, Brandon? I was like, Yeah, it happened years ago, but he was 7. Why are you treating a 7-year-old like that? That's kind of gross. And I'm just rubbing it in her face. I'm rubbing it in her face. And so, and this is a time when I'm actually having tons of fun with triggering people on the internet. There was a time in my young internet life where just triggering people in the internet was really, really fun. I used to troll them down. It used to be my sickening. And so this is just one of those times when I was in the height of trolling people. And so but I'm trolling her with the truth. Like I'm trolling her with all the tea that he has told me about how mean of a homophobic, nasty mother that she was. And this is all the true tea. So she's gagged that I know all of this stuff. But this is the truth, girl. This is the truth. So she ended up blocking me. So blocking me on Facebook, but I still will be saying stuff and blah blah blah. So she'll unblock me just to read me, and then I'll block her, and then I'll not block her. Then I'll read her, and she just hated it because everything I said was the truth. It wasn't any kind of lies. It was like, this is what you did to your son. What kind of mother are you? What kind of mother are you, darling? And you think he didn't need a gay mother like me? Didn't you make him homeless? He's literally living in my house because he can't come stay with you. Didn't you put all your children out? Or you left them homeless? Or you left them in an abandoned apartment? Didn't you do that? What kind of mother are you? That's so white. But I guess you're white. So that's what y'all do to y'all children. Okay, I see. So I was rubbing in her face. So anyway, when he passes away, y'all know this. I'm not talking to Brandon at this time because me and Brandon fall out. But this is after 10 years of me supporting him in some kind of way. Um, and so I end up having to put him out in 2018. And but we still was friends, and I still was helping him with stuff. If he needed money for food, if he needed money for something, I would give him money. And so, but we get into it real bad one last time, and I was like, nigga, because I'm also, there's a certain level of disrespect that I can't handle, especially a motherfucker that I've been helping and taking care of. Nigga, you stayed with me for 2-3 years without paying no rent. There's a certain level of respect that I need from you. So talking to me crazy is no. And so one time he had asked me for this was the last draw. This is after so many things. I got him a job at my job. He had done weird ass, shady ass shit at my job, coming to work high and all kind of burning up my fucking tables. Because you can't smoke in my house, I don't let people smoke, but he was smoking in my house. He was doing all kinds of little crazy ass shit. And then I'm learning from other people that he was fucking doing drugs. It just got fucking weird. So I told him in order for us to not ruin our friendship, he needs to get out of my house. Like, if we're going to continue to be cool, you can't live with me no more because it's something going on with you. Now, I didn't know at the time that it was drugs, but it's something going on with you where you are disrespecting me and my space, and I don't know what's going on, and I'm tired of it. So you got to get the fuck up out of my house. And so he went and stayed with another friend. He went and stayed with Ty for a little bit before he found his way back to either St. Louis or Georgia. Anyway, he stayed with Ty for like a month. How long did he stay with you, Ty? It was like some week or 2 weeks or something. I can't remember. But yeah, so he couldn't stay with me no more. But it was so we can salvage our relationship. I can still be cool with you, but you can't live with me anymore. So cool. So we were still playing our video game, and we still were playing um the video game that we play is Elder Scrolls. So we were still playing it. We were still a month or two. Yeah. We would be playing the video game. So we were still in contact every day. So we're on the headphones playing the video game live. Da, 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 da. We doing our thing. And so our relationship was back to our normal shit where you ain't living with me. So we back to talking and doing our normal stuff. So that was the compromise. It was like, because if you stay with me and you gonna have to fight because it's getting too crazy. If it's starting to feel more like disrespect instead of just like you doing weird shit. It's starting to feel like disrespect. So anyway, so I put him out. That was 2018. 2019 comes along, and what did he end up doing? So for a whole year, we like playing the game together, blah, blah, blah. Anytime Brandon calls me and he wants some money, it don't ever be nothing like big. It don't be like, oh, I need $100 or I need $200. It'd be something small, like, oh, I need to buy me a pizza. Can you send me $10 or can you send me some money for something to eat? It's always simple. It ain't nothing like major. So anytime Brandon asks me for something, I'm giving it to him because that's my baby. I love him. I love him. That's my son. That's my boo. So, and it's nothing big. It's always, Diamond, I need an Uber for something. Oh, Diamond, I need I'm hungry. I ain't got nothing to eat. I ain't got no money. I ain't had no clients. Da, 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 da. It's something small. It's never anything big. So me saying yes is super easy and consistent. So me saying yes is nothing. And so one time, but when he needs something from me, he asks me directly. Like he will send me a text message and say, "Oh, Diamond, can you cash at me $15? Diamond, can you cash at me $10?" And it's not like, "Ooh, every week." It's like every 2 months, something to happen. 3 months, nothing. It's not like, "Oh, da 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 da." It's very sporadically. So nothing that's gonna make you think like, damn, motherfucker, you always asking me for money. Nothing like that. It's just sporadically. Oh, I need this. Da, 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 da. I need some gas money. Da da da. So me, him, and Ty are in a group chat together on Facebook. We're in a group chat together. Anytime we're in this group chat, we are just telling jokes and just saying funny stuff. So it's just funny shit. Like we read each other, playing the dozen, saying funny stuff, maybe share a meme. Nothing major. Like it's always, excuse me. It's always like it's always jokes. It's always jokes. It's always funny. So one day, he sends me and Ty a message in the group chat. Send me some gas money in the group chat. Now remember, the context of this group chat is funny shit. Reading, memes, funny shit. So when he say send some money, I say LOL. I say like LOL. Ty says something. I don't know what Ty says, but I say LOL. Ty say something funny too. I say LOL, and I say something along the lines of, "Nigga, you is that booty hole not selling? Like, why these niggas ain't sending you no gas money? Why these why you ain't asking your sugar daddy?" I say something along some joking thing along the lines of, "Is that booty hole not selling? Why you not asking these tricks? Why you not putting up an ad, bitch? What's going on? Is them walls not gripping like they used to make a nigga want to come and give you some money? What's the tea?" Because this is a kiki thread. And apparently that triggered him or something. And he gets to talking shit about me making fun of it or me laughing. I don't see nothing funny. Like he gets to talking shit. and then gets to talking about how I'm how I spend my money on crab legs. Oh, I know you got it. You go get crab legs every week, and that's 50, $60. So I know you got it. And so me, I'm like, bitch, I go to work every day. So my money is my money. So I don't give a fuck if I went to crab legs, go get crab legs every motherfucking hour. If I can afford it and it's my money, it's my fucking money. I can do what I want. Why you counting my money? And if I don't want to give you no money, that's what it is. But in my brain, I'm actually not understanding. Gag the thread. Right. Gagged it because no, the way he's talking to me is way left field. Unlike Brandon. So it gags me. And remember, this is after him living with me for 2 years rent free. And then for a year, always asking me for stuff with no resistance to me saying no. Sure, here you go. I just cash out you. Don't worry about it. So now you in this thread talking crazy to me. And it pissed me off. Cause nigga, what? Like it's just a certain level of respect that you gonna give me. Or bitch, get the fuck on. So in this moment, that's what I say. I'm like, dude, like, I don't know what's going on with you. I ain't gotta give you a motherfucking thing. I don't know why you counting my money. I don't know why you feel like you can whatever you saying, just nigga, you tripping. So I end up getting out of the thread, blocking him, and and I guess before I blocked him, he said something along the lines of, why are you getting so mad? Like, I guess he didn't understand why I was getting so mad. Because why I was getting so pissed off is because he was talking crazy to me. But also, I'm not gonna take something you put in this thread seriously. Any other time you need something, you will directly text me, Diamond, can you send me this? I'm literally thinking that you are joking. I'm literally thinking that you're joking. So, but then the fact that you're not joking, and then when I check your ass, you get to, you when you start getting, I laugh and make a joke about it. You get to being disrespectful. Yeah, I don't like that shit. I don't like it. Pisses me off. So I block him, and that actually is the last time that I actually talked to Brandon. That's how our friendship ends. Under When I initially did it, I was like, "Oh, we need a break." So it took me, and my breaks be long. So it took me, I thought that we eventually would talk again, but that's not how the cookie crumbled. Um, that was them drugs. So what I come to learn after this is he was going down a drug spiral, and so this random personality shift was because of this kind of drug spiral happening. And I've never experienced this type of he never done this to me. So other people tell me that they seen this side of him, but he had never done it to me. So this is my first time him talking crazy to me and just being fucking weird. And so I was like, nigga, I don't know who you think I am, but bitch, you got me fucked up. And so I regret it in the sense of I wish I knew what was going on with him, but my own biases dealing with substance was plague some of these best people I'm praying for our world so bad. Dealing with So understand that this was a blind spot for me because my mother has had an addiction all since I was young. And so I'm not that accepting when it comes to addiction. My mind immediately say, no, we need to get you into rehab. You can't do no motherfucking drugs in my house. I've come to learn that I'm not really the harm reduction type of person. It's either it's zero. I'm zero tolerance for that shit. Like, You can't do drugs in my house. You can't bring drugs in my house. That's just you're not doing that. That's just what it is. So you can't have, ooh, can me and my friend do meth in the bathroom at my house? No, you can't. That I'm gonna find that extremely problematic and disrespectful. So I'm not the friendly house that you can come to and do drugs. So but what that does is he's not gonna come tell me when he has a problem with drugs. And I'm actually not gonna know. So that's what it was. I didn't know that he was literally going down a meth drug spiral. Because prior to this, he wasn't doing drugs. He was smoking weed. Like when I first met him, he didn't even smoke weed. And then he started smoking weed, and then he started to do meth, and then it just grew. That's why I had to put him out because of that pipe in the bathroom. Yeah, it was. Yeah, I'm not that person. Like you can't. That's not. I'm a zero tolerance person when it comes to drugs. Um. So I, there's a part of me that feels like maybe that's not guilty about it, but also that like, damn, I wish that I would have knew what was going on because I would have been more apt to try to help him get help, and I might not have kicked him out. Like if I knew he was on drugs, we might need to have some really sit down talk about drugs. This was more. I thought because I didn't know about the drugs, I thought that he was just being irresponsible and lazy. And so I didn't know about the drugs. Yeah. So that's what it was. So I'm like, yeah, I couldn't step up and help because I didn't know what was wrong. And I didn't know the type, not that I would have been more accepting about the drugs, but at least I would have been more apt to try to get him help with the addiction. But even then, when it comes to addiction, because of my mom, I am very much like I don't have hope for addicts. Like my mom died of fentanyl. So she had been on and off drugs since 91. So when people say I want to go to rehab or I want to get better, I be like, okay. So I'm not always good at being supportive. So even that, I don't know what I would have did if I would have knew. I but also my mama done stole money from me. So you think when I find out that Brandon on drugs, that I'm not gonna change? I can't say that I wouldn't change. My mama done stole money from me. So you think I'ma think you wouldn't? Just the freedom that I would have around you. I'm not gonna have that freedom. I'm gonna think you gonna steal. If my mama stole from me, you think I'm gonna think you wouldn't? Yeah, it's just something about I can't I don't I would hope that I would give a little bit grace, but I know me, and there would be a level of me that would be like, oh, I can't keep my purse around you. Oh, now that I know you a drug addict, I'm a be acting different. Cause I know how what drug addicts do. And I know you don't have no fucking boundaries because you're showing me that you don't have no fucking boundaries. I'm anti drugs also, but I pick a kid out of my place. But I kicked the kid out of my place. Yeah. I knew it was drugs when him and Vanessa got so tight so quick. Even the Vanessa situation, I didn't know Vanessa was on drugs. I know she had done meth in the past, but I didn't know she was currently in her situation. I didn't know any of that. I don't. But it's not like they were gonna tell me because of my history with drugs. It's not like they're gonna be like, Diamond, I'm doing meth. They ain't gonna do that to me. They're not gonna be. They're not gonna give that. And I can't say that I don't understand why. It's not like I'm gonna be like, cool. cool. Yeah, I want to do meth with you too. It's not like I'm gonna be like that. So I mean, how could they come tell me when they know that I have this kind of trauma around drugs? So anyway, he passes away. And the person who house he lived in, way be in here sometimes. He be in the comments sometimes. Way TV. Um he died in Wade's house. So Wade calls me and tells me, he calls the mom. The mom got to come and do the from St. Louis to get the body and the autopsy and da 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 da. So I'm fully ready to help her with the services. Like I'm fully ready to help her with the service, but remember, she is blocked. I have blocked her for years. I definitely blocked her because she called my phone and was asking me about him when she sold his dog. So one time she sold his dog, and his dog was like, I think these are the things that was happening that were making him spiral down this path because so many things was happening. Like she sold his dog, he wasn't stable. It was just a lot of shit going on. And so I was talking hella shit to her. So I ended up blocking her because I just thought she was a bad mother. Now, at first, back in the day, like the first early part of the 10 years, our 10-year friendship, it was funny. I just liked to roast her because it was funny. But at this point, because he was becoming, at that time, he wasn't living with me. This time, he's becoming more of a burden. Living with me, running my light bill up. Do you get what I'm saying? So all of these problems, bitch, you kind of causing me. Not really, but before you got to wearing his life out, he was stable, and now you made him lose his dog. You ain't helping me get him on his feet. You making it worse. And so I used to read her ass. I just used to read. So I had her blocked. And so when he passed, I had to unblock her. And so she had posted her little cash app, and I sent her some money for the no, this is something happened before I sent her the money. So I hit her up and I say, hey, if you need help with the services, I know this is hard for you because it's your baby. I will help you, contact people if you need some speakers, if you need some people to sing for the services, whatever you need, let me know what I can help with you and I'll be able to help you and let me know what's going on. So she was like, oh, thank you so much. And me and my other gay son, Brian, Africano boy here on YouTube, me and my other son, Brian, we ready to get in funeral mode. And so she says thank you at first, but then she calls me back and she says, I am not, she was like, oh, I'm not in the mood to deal with all that gay shit. Now, this is his mother and this is her baby, but this is a gay man. There are going to be gay people that come to his funeral. So when you tell me that we are trying to, when you are trying to get his service together, you don't want to deal with all the gay stuff, I'm going to interpret that as you don't want none of his queer friends to come. So I asked her, like, what do you want me to do to help you with the services? Because there's going to be gay people at the event. And she's like, I don't want to deal with all of that. So what does that mean? You don't want them to come? Or you want me to deal with it? That's what I'm coming here for. That's what I'm asking you. I'll deal with the queer people and get them to come and da 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 da. But are you saying you want me to deal with it, or you saying you don't want them to come? And so her response to me was not directly, I don't want them to come, but indirectly, it was, I don't want them to come. It was, I just don't want to have to deal with all of that during the funeral time. So you don't want them to come. And so when you tell his trans mother, his gay mother, that you don't want the gay people to come, then I'm gonna interpret that as you don't want me to come either. And I'm not gonna give my money to this. So if you don't want his queer people to come and you're gonna keep it this weird, private, only you and whoever else come and no gay people, no queer people, I'm not giving my money to that. I'm not doing that. And so yeah, that's not what I'm doing. That's not what I'm going to be a part of. That's not what I'm participating in. So here you go. I'm going to give you some money just for some flowers, just because I want to honor the space with something that I brought to the table. So I'm going to send you some money for some flowers. And then I reblocked her. No, I didn't block her yet. um no, I reblocked her on my main page. So she hits me up on my on my business page, and she asked me to call her. And so I'm thinking that maybe, but because this is, he has died, and I'm trying to be really really open to, I know she's grieving, and so I'm just really trying, and really trying to just give her so much grace. And so she gets on my phone and she gets to talking shit, not to me, just about Brandon and how he used to treat her. And I am triggered as fuck, man. Like, I am triggered because this is the dynamic. I am the child of an addict, and my mother just passed away 2 years before this of a fentanyl overdose. You are the mother of a child of an addict who just passed away of a fentanyl overdose. So we're both going through this thing, this unique situation, similar. I'm grieving. I'm grieving my mom and my gay son. And here you come, this homophobic mother, not holding yourself accountable to what led him to here. And so I'm actually not in any mental space to give her any more grace than what I've already given her. So in that moment, I say, it feels like you want me to atone how you treated him, or you want me to agree with you. And because I know the details of what happened between you and him, I am never going to agree with you. I think that you are a trash mother. I think that you were a trash mother when he was younger. And I think now, as an adult, that you are a trash mother because of boom, 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 boom. Well, you don't understand about those situations, but I actually, is what I'm telling you the truth? And she was like, yeah, but Brandon would do this and Brandon would do. I was like, yes, but everything that you're telling me, you did something to trigger his response. And it made him worse and worse and worse and worse. Like, I'm literally naming stuff that you did to him that leads to him blocking you. He have you block on everything. And she was like, oh, you're not gonna put this on me. If you were a great friend or great mother, then he wouldn't be dead either. He was living with you on drugs and da da. I said, but I didn't know it. I didn't know. Oh, you want me to believe that you didn't know he was on drugs? And No, I didn't. That's just the truth because you can't do drugs in my house. And he never would come to my house like high or nothing. So I never would see him in that space. He would go for a couple of days and be gone. So I didn't know what was going on. And I worked all the time. So I didn't know. That's just true. The first time I got a hint of it is I think it was that Thanksgiving time. And we were at Ty's house for Thanksgiving. We go to her house for Thanksgiving. And there was a conversation about him being in the bathroom with another boy over there doing meth. So that was the first time I was like, oh, and then the light bulb goes off in my head because now this explains other shit. This explains other things. Now I'm putting two and two together. I was like, oh, he was on drugs. That's why he started doing that. That's why he started doing that. And then the flip out, everything was coming together. And so I'm telling her, I was like, oh, baby, you're not about to put this on me. I was like, I don't feel any kind of guilt. None at all. And you're not going to make me feel kind of guilty. So, but I'm also not here to atone you. I'm going through the grieving of my friend. And I'm not going to atone you for your bad parenting. Because she was asking me questions like, did Brandon really hate me? Yes, bitch, you were late and tired. I was like, yeah, bitch, you were late. You were late and tired. That's what it was. So I think that she was trying to atone for her bad treatment through me. So I tell all of that story because it reminded me of this moment in this documentary where I feel like because of their mistakes in the past, their drug use, their prison sentences, apparently, I thought it was only one, but apparently it's all of them, because of how they treated her, because they pushed her out into the streets and she had to go find a chosen family. Now I think that they are in this documentary trying to atone for their wrongdoing of her, for their wrong treatment of her, for their wrong treatment of Venus. And I don't think that it's our responsibility to atone you. You got to go venerate your ancestor, baby. You got to go get on that altar and pray and hope that they come to you and tell you what they need to venerate them. You got to get atoned through them. You can't get atoned through us. Go get on that altar, honey. That's what I would have said. How did Brandon know T.S. Madison? The same way everybody else know T.S. Madison. T.S. Madison is a celebrity. I remember dropping him off when he was here in Atlanta. Yeah, he loved T.S. Madison. But he was a fan of hers, just like how everybody else knows. He loved the dog. He went off on her when she killed his dog. She didn't kill him. She sold him. She didn't kill Prue. She sold him and wouldn't tell him where the dog was at. Oh shit! They said that I didn't make it that far in the movie. I don't know what you're talking about. I have a family member that like that now. She talks about the way her son is and says that he was always like that, and she doesn't understand why when he has told me everything and I witnessed things. Mm, yeah, I don't understand that. My mom did some. My mother never abused me, um, but she did some shady ass shit when it comes to drugs. Um, she never was not um like I did an interview with my mom. My mom went through a process of publicly and to me in my face, she was accepting. But behind closed doors to other people, she would vent about her issue with me. And I didn't hear about it until I became in my middle 20s. But in the early part of my transition, my mother was super accepting. She would go to the gay club with me. I didn't have my mother would call me by my affirmed name. She, her. Like my mom never in my early transition, she never made me feel like she wasn't accepting me. So I don't have the same experience of other people. So my mom was cool. Honest, yeah, she just was. I always knew my mom was my cheerleader and on my team. It wasn't until I got in my 20s that like my brother would say, nah, she wasn't fully with it, but she just didn't want to be against you. Um, and I always say she was more of a woman who she would have been more embarrassed to be a homophobe than to be she would be more embarrassed to be a bad mother than to be a homophobe. So you me saying that she didn't accept me would have been like, what? No, that would have been something that she couldn't accept as being a mother, because she had such a trash mom, my girl with my grandmother, that she couldn't accept that I would go out in the world and be like, oh, my mom didn't accept me. That my mother wouldn't be able to live with that. The way she moved. So she much rather accept me and then talk the homophobic shit behind my back, which is what she did. I can send you a picture of us when he was in Fort Locks in Atlanta. Sure. Um, what else? So yeah, that's what I felt like with Venus and her family. Her family was given like they were trying to atone, which I give them grace. They made some mistakes and now they're trying to atone for it. And at the end of the documentary, everything I don't want to say is made right, but it's all good. They changed her name on the tombstone and they got the house um to be considered a historical site. So they're able to do what somebody mentioned earlier, programs and just stuff around the house. So I just feel like I feel like that's good. I feel like that's a dope thing. And hopefully they continue to kind of be a part of her family. It's still a cold case, yeah. It's still a cold case. Yeah. So yeah, that's my thoughts around Venus. I am your Venus. I thought it was a good documentary. I thought there were some moments that I was crying like, oh, this is quite emotional. When they would kind of break down. That's why I don't think that they were playing a role. I think that they were being sincere, but the more cynical side of me was like, where was this energy when she was alive? Where was this energy these 30 years before these cameras start rolling? So I'm gonna go to some stuff I wanted to talk about. All right, so this video is making its rounds. The youngest brother seems to have been the most still in contact with her. Yes, I could see that. But yeah, check it out. We're about to switch subjects because I want to hear what y'all thoughts are. So apparently, this young trans girl is have. There's a video. Multiple people have responded to it, and I've been enjoying the responses to it. But what do y'all feel about this? So this is a young trans girl, and she's telling people that if you're not passable, you shouldn't be in the women's restroom.
As a trans woman, you should not be using a women's restroom, or if you don't put any effort in your transition, use the family restroom. That's not going to work. It's too subjective. Who going to be the judge to say who passes and who don't? Who going to be the judge to say who puts the effort in their transition? You know, the judge could be somebody that says that you don't pass because you got that tall forehead. And I would think that that would be unfair for you. Like,
so of course everybody read her a little bit, because when you first see her, it's like,
you're not a passenger.
ma'am, you look cute, but you still giving one of the girls, honey. You not ugly. I mean, you not ugly. You cute girl. You not ugly, but I'm still getting, honey. I need to take a few more months to get my FFS together and get some hair grafts. I'm still getting you one of the girls, honey. So why are you acting like them little bee stings? I don't know. It just giving maybe. Like what do that's the negative. It's a not that's a negative. That's not the right language. That's one of the most annoying parts about some things. People be delusional. I think like you know how cis people be like, I can always tell, and you be like, that's because you haven't met somebody. There are some people, yeah, you can tell, but then there's some people that you can't tell at all. And so, and that's why you don't know them. That's why you don't know that you can't tell, because when they walking past you on the street, you don't know. When they come in the bathroom with you, you don't know. You don't know what's going on. You could have worked with a trans person, you could have went in the bathroom with a trans person, and because they have been so passable, you didn't know. You didn't notice this, didn't notice at all. Yeah, that person that just started, or that person you could be able to tell, but everybody, because you haven't met people that you knew were trans, who was passable on that level. And so I feel like there's some trans people that's delusional like that too. Where I'm like, you cute and you might get through in certain instances. Yeah, you might get through in general. But you not that girl. What MC Deborah say? You not that girl like that. You not fab like that. You not that girl. Sometimes people be thinking they that girl and they not that girl, and then wanting to hold on to this kind of cis normative rules. Oh, if you're not a passable trans woman, then you shouldn't be going in the bathroom. Girl, that's like our type of respectability politics. Bitch, that is not gonna save you. And as soon as somebody clock you, bam, now you getting harassed in the bathroom. And you think that that's okay. So if you get clocked, you think it's cool for somebody to harass you in the bathroom. Because then they can say the same thing that you're saying to them. And sometimes it ain't got nothing to do with effort. I know some people that put the most effort and they look and they still get clocked. It ain't got nothing to do with effort. Sometimes it just get clocked, bitch. I feel like it's easy for young girls to get into that way of thinking because their transition are so privileged and they think everybody should be able to just run and get all the things. I do think that has a level to it, especially when they, in Chicago. I'm not in Chicago, Chicago too, in Cali, Chicago, New York, in these places that got, access to surgeries and da 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 da. And somebody done boosted their head up.
No shade, but if you're not,
somebody done boosted their head up to feel some kind of way. But then we got the Lily Tinos of the world.
Made it into Disney World. I don't really know what the deal is with bathrooms. Florida is really conservative. I don't know what the rules are. Trans women are allowed to be in women's bathrooms, but I'm about to go and use the bathroom because I have to tinkle. If I get stopped, I guess. But I'm a woman, so I'm going to use the women's bathroom, and being in Florida or being in California or wherever isn't going to stop me. So I will report back in a minute once I have hopefully tinkled without issue. 3 minutes later. That went as well as it could have gone. No one gave me any weird looks. Definitely no one stopped me. I found a stall. I peed. I peed standing up, which is something I'm sometimes a little self-conscious about with the sound. Like, oh, is there someone peeing standing up there? But you know what? I peed standing up, and it was fine. And then I washed my hands and I left. And you know what? On my way out from the women's bathroom, I took a quick picture with someone who recognized me, and it was lovely. So overall, Disney World in Florida, 10 out of 10 women's bathroom experience for trans women. Would recommend. Made it into Disney World.
So I don't like this shit. I don't. It's two sides of me. There's certain things that feels like, girl, what the fuck are you doing? Like even the standing up and peeing in the girls' bathroom. That feels fucking weird. That feels like a on purpose shaking the room kind of weird shit to do. That just feels very weird. That is fucking weird. That's fucking weird. But if Lily didn't do the standing up and peeing thing, I'm actually not particularly mad at this. Say if she didn't do the standing up and peeing shit, she just said, I'm just calculating me going to the bathroom. I feel like the point of her showing this is this was no problem. I'm just going to the bathroom. We do have people trying to keep us out of fucking bathrooms. So if you have a trans woman showing, look, I'm just coming to the bathroom, and look, it's no problem. I don't think that is necessarily a problem. I think the reason why people don't like her is because she's not passable, and y'all have a problem with bricks. Y'all have a brick problem. And I think, but I also, and y'all have a problem with people doing stunts. But we are in the era of people doing stunts. And you can have a problem with that. I'm not saying that you shouldn't. But we are in the era where people, Dylan Mulvaney, we talked about the trans girl who's on the little app, the monkey app, where she is coming with the being in with the cis dudes and revealing her tea. And this is now what stunts you find to be acceptable. But this is a stunt. This is somebody making content about their trans experience. The same way I do. Hers is just more active out in the world. Like Todd just said, when I'm out in the streets, I'm just trying to live my life. I'm trying to be the woman that I am and go out here. I'm not thinking about making content. I'm not thinking. That's why I don't be having tons of shit out in that daytime vlogging shit. I don't be want to do that. That'd be weird. Not weird. It's just not my style. I want to sit here and talk to y'all. Great. But there's some people that do this. And this is a trans person, clocky one, that is out here living their life. But I'm a side circus act to somebody. Just because I'm trans. To somebody. To somebody is going to be like, oh, another one of them trannies out here telling their stories and telling their experiences. Just because I'm trans, I'm the circus. So it just depends on who you are in regards to that perspective. It just depends on who you are. Yeah, I just think it's I think that it's a stunt, but I also think it's a slippery slope. If this was a passable trans woman who did this, would the response be the same? If a trans woman, passable, pretty, if cherry bomb. Because I've seen the popular trans girl do stuff like this. Not at Disney World. I think when you get to doing stunts like this, it gets to be like, But I've seen them say, "Look, I'm in the bathroom." They just did a walk in, not a walk in, but a that type of protest in Washington D.C. They got arrested for it. Raquel Willis and da 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 da. It was a stunt in the women's bathroom voguing. It wasn't in regards to them treating Sarah McBride. I know that it has more meaning to some folks, but it's the same thing. It's a stunt to be shocking and to it's the same thing. But the response is different. And I understand why the response is different, but it's still a stunt. It's a stunt to get attention.
I apologize. I made it into Disney World.
So it feels. And then the gag is we have this girl.
Lily Tino does not speak for the entire trans community. I am so sorry. That bitch is gonna make us look bad during this entire motherfucking case. No shit. I don't like that SpongeBob SquareFace ass bitch. I really fucking don't. She did
so she's talking about Lily Tino, but this same girl.
Because I realized a lot of y'all have started following me, and none of y'all know who the fuck I am for.
But this same girl was talking about how I do make content for the bricks, and I'm not trying to take no hormones, and I'm not trying to do no surgery, and I'm not trying to pass, I'm not trying to do nothing, I'm not trying to da. She doing stunts too. Let me see if I can find.
Dick size was just as obvious as boob size. A lot of you niggas will not be saying shit. Hell no, cause who got a boob job? Don't go lying on my name. Mama,
I want to hear.
Boyfriend request, now's the time.
I want to find the video where she was talking about. I make content for the bricks, and it was really funny.
I don't really talk about much, but this nigga went.
Was she bothering servers? I remember that video. Was she there? Tino does certain things in my brain that when I watch it, I'm like, it starts off like I'm on your side, Tino, but then you start teetering over, you doing too much. It's similar to this situation. I'm on your side of just recording yourself, she didn't record in the bathroom. She just recording the experience. I'm on your side about, okay, see how I went to this bathroom and I didn't nothing happen. Da 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 da. I get it. But then you talk about I'm standing up and peeing. It's like, this is you doing too much. And you at Disney, girl. Why are you doing your experiment? Why are you doing your experiment at a children's park? But then also Disney World ain't just for kids. But it's like, I don't know. It gets weird. Tino, correct misgendering and will get in somebody's face. I kind of dig that about her. Right. Like, there's a level of I get it. And then there's a level of, girl, this is too much. She was calling them out for saying sir in the restaurant. Right. But especially, and then there's a difference between them clocking you one time and then I correct you and then you continue to call me sir. Yeah, I'm going to ride for her in that regard, in that response, in that regards. I'm going to ride for her. But then there is a level of, I think you're doing too much. Motherfuckers is just trying to do their job. So it's many things. And I think some women stand and pee, and I will tell you to do the same. Them toilets will fuck off your pH balance, fuck the ground, and catch something sitting on them toilets. No. I think that there's a difference between I'm just standing up and holding my cock and pitting down. I can, I can, I don't have to, I don't have to, face the toilet. I can stand over the toilet and stand up over it without me having to worry about somebody thinking that I'm standing up like a man and peeing. You feel what I'm saying? Like, I think that there's a difference. And it felt like she was being extra. Hello, Sam. It felt like she was just being extra. That shouldn't be something that would be extra. Should be extra to me. But I think she straddles that line on purpose because it makes her go viral.
Imagine walking down the street being like, oh my God, she's so gorgeous. Not knowing that I used to be a man.
Yeah, see, this is stunts.
Yeah. Imagine walking down the street being like, oh my God, she's so gorgeous. Not knowing that I used to be a man.
That's stunts.
I don't really talk about much, but this nigga went. A lot of y'all have the IQ and brain functionality.
I wish I could find that video
no bullshit,
of her.
Because ain't no fuck ass way, B. Ain't no way.
There's something about her when she was like, I do content.
Really talk about much, but
content for the bricks.
A lot of y'all have.
I wish I could find it, man.
If we just talk about it, not all trans. If we just talk about it, not all trans bitches are like that one girl that was at Disneyland showing people how she got her shit cut off on live. Not all of us are like that. Not all of us are like Blair White. Baby, I promise you come over here, you're gonna love it. Fuck them bitches. If we just talk.
Yeah, there was something else. I really can't find it. I don't know where she at.
I'm not in an educating mood right now because I'm not educating.
I wish I could find the one where she did that, where she talked about it. But she was like, I do content for the bricks. I'm not trying to be passable. I'm da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. She said, I stood up for the shock value. Yeah, I think that that's weird. I think that when you do stuff like that, I think that you're weird. And yes, I think that with black folks, we kind of ride hard on the white girls because they're white girls, especially if they clocky. Especially if they clocky. I think clocky white girls, we love to read them, and we love to align with cisgender people when it's time to be nuanced about the conversation. I just see it all the time where I'm like, she actually not doing nothing wrong. It's the same thing when that one girl was in her apartment complex using that single bathroom and they were reading her and she had a little scruffy on her face and T.S. Madison was reading her and all of that. I felt like she wasn't doing a Lily Tino stunt. She was literally, bitch, this is my apartment and I didn't shave that day. And I just went to that bathroom, leaving the fucking office. And it turned into this big ass thing. I'm white and I have it hard. I think sometimes that's a projection too. No, I think sometimes we can unfairly project that. When I'm trying to share with you the trans experience, it's not, sometimes we can project that. Yeah, I think that that's legit. Even when it's transphobic shit. Now, when I see that you like moving like a white man or you moving like a white man, I believe she does OnlyFans content, and I've seen her on Twitter. She probably just trolling for attention and views. And yes, but that's what we're describing. We're describing the Lily Tinos of the world. There's no difference between what she does and what Lily is doing. These people are out here trying to make content. I just think that is It's part of me is unavoidable because of just where we are in society. People are getting money for that shock value. It's mm, ride with me for a second. Ride with me for a second. I haven't thought this through, so we're working this out together. What the internet did when we start making money from when we started the boom of content creators, we eliminated the gatekeepers, okay, that television brought, okay. So what we are going to see is respectability type motherfuckers like the Oprahs, the the you know, when we had TV, we had the Oprahs who was doing that classy, respectable talk show host shit. But then we had the Jerry Springers and the Maury Povics, who literally their game plan was to shock you and be sensational. And both of these things work for a different audience. Both of these things are going to get ratings. And so now the gatekeepers are gone. Now it's not the producers gatekeeping that are gatekeeping television. It's literally individuals making their own content. So we can't tell them what to do. So some of them have tapped into that Jerry Springer-esque sensationalism, and they are creating content with that same type of sensibility. And then some of us are creating content with that same Oprah Winfrey. Who else was a classy talk show host person? Sally Jesse Raphael, maybe. All of them are going to have some level of respect, some level of sensationalism, because the Oprah, the trans woman who used to be a football player, that's still sensationalism. That's still sensationalism, but it's just done in a respectable way. And I think that some people like Lily Tino and this girl, I think that some people are using that. And it's not just, I know y'all seen those videos of the black boy with the blonde wig going up to black girls saying, why is it a problem for black girl? Why is it a problem for white women to have braids, but black girls can wear blonde hair? Why is it a problem with white girls having white girls having whatever, some kind of black style, and y'all get to wear long blonde wigs? They know that that's going to be a moment. That's sensationalism. Even the fucking balloon popper shit. They know that reading that, oh, you coming in here popping balloons, that's gonna make somebody read. That's gonna make somebody tell the truth about black women, tell the truth about black men, tell the truth about fat girls, tell the truth about colorism, that's why these things are popular. That's why they're sensational and go viral. Everybody is doing that sensational shit, that clickbait. Everybody is doing it. Well, I don't want to say everybody, but that is something that's out here. And so I think it's okay to call it out. I think it's okay to call it out. I think it's okay to call it out. I guess what I'm trying to point out is, are you clocking when it's acceptable for you? I guess that's what I'm calling out. it's not you having a problem with Lily Tino, because I think I understand why you have a problem with her or some content like that. But are you giving other bitches passes when they do it just because they're not clocky and white? And it's not to defend white women being white women and being weird and Karens, but I see other girls doing this shit and nobody, it doesn't go viral or it doesn't have the same kind of backlash unless it's a clocky girl. When I don't know, it's some shit that I be seeing that's kind of real circusy. Over sexual. This is a small thing, but it was kind of like, I don't know if it's cringy, but kind of like, um, what girl? Like even when like Sexy Lexi was on Don't Call Me White Girl with Mona, and she got up and showed her body, and it was like, ugh, girl. It was like it was, to me it was like, but I'm also a girl. There's a certain respectability politics that I move with. When I'm in a space, I wouldn't do that. Like if I'm in a space, I would feel embarrassed to get up and get to doing that on this big of a platform. Like if I'm at a pride, I might twerk a little bit if I'm at a pride event and we're doing something. Yeah, but I'm talking about like if I'm coming on this big platform, I'm probably not going to be bending over shaking my ass. That might be the old church girl in me, but I ain't going to be doing that. Oh yeah, I'm thick as a snicker. I wouldn't, that would feel weird for me to do. And when you say, is there harm being done? We're talking about the image. But no, Jerry, I do be thinking that. I'll be like, oh God. There's a meme, y'all know that meme where Marge is like, did the singer who not the singer, did the voice actor who played Marge, did she just pass away? Because I saw some kind of rest in peace Marge. Did she just pass away? The one who did Marge. But yeah, there's this meme of Marge where she's in shame. Like she like, oh God. This one. Where you like, girl? Oh God. I do be like that all the time. I be like, man, are you there's a certain level of like, God, really? You couldn't think of nothing else to say? I don't know. Did she die? I don't know. It's when it's over sexual. It's when it's too sexual. I feel like nah, she was killing on the show. Nah, she was killing on the show, but not for real. She was killed on the show. Wait, Marge died on the show? On The Simpsons? The mama? Hold on. What? Not Marge dying. Wait, hold on. Now, how you gonna kill Marge off? Marge Simpson is very much alive. The Simpsons executive producer says after finale sparked online outrage, there is no canon. You can't put down the pitch. You can put down the pitchfork. Save the strong words, letters. Marge is not going anywhere, despite a sudden uptick in online hot takes that the Simpsons matriarch died in the show's finale. She has done no such a thing. The Simpson producer confirmed Marge is still very much alive and will be around for years to come. Hell, she's probably going to outlive all of us. That's the official word. So apparently there was some kind of moment. You know what I love about The Simpsons? I love that Jennifer Tilly owns a percentage of The Simpsons and getting paid from it as an ex-wife of one of its creators. That is sickening to me. But honey, I learned that on basketball. What is it? Is it? She ain't on basketball. I said Basketball Wives. Housewives of Beverly Hills, right? Something. I love that she owns a percentage of The Simpsons and get paid off of the coin. I live for it. For me, it's when there's video/discussions around Fathom Street Fair. I have no idea what that is. Um, it's a flash forward episode. Gotcha. Not saying that Lexi was doing, but that's how they treated it. I get it these days. I let people do them. Yeah, there was a pick. There's also I get cringy when there's a pick me energy, and Lexi was given very much pick me energy on that show because there was a moment where Mona, the cis woman, was educating her, and I was like, this is embarrassing. Like I would be embarrassed to be on a hood bitch show. Not saying the hood bitches ain't intelligent, but I'm supposed to come on your show because you want me to come and represent trans community and be educational, and you educate me, and you are pushing back on me as far as I think it was about the cisgender subject. The word cisgender is something where she was given, you know, I don't know I can't remember exactly what it was, but I cringe on those moments. It gagged me that she and her sisters are the second sister in the history to have an Oscar. Yeah, that's dope. I love Lexi, but she has a lot of growing. Yeah, she too old to be. Lexi is older. She ain't no spring chicken. Let me see what Sam said. I think for a marginalized group that is already misunderstood is actually dangerous and even more confusing for these people to put out such content. It's actually selfish. Listen, but the problem with that is the problem when you have that mindset, Sam, is everybody isn't going to agree on the type of content that should be put out. She was schooling her on respectful pronouns. Cisgender subject and the non-binary topic always trips Lexi up. Yeah. So we've had take it out of the trans context and just think about the Black context, Black stories, Black narratives. There has, since I've been alive, when it comes to stories being told about what Black people don't respect, when we talk about queer stories, when we talk about stories about gay men, when we talk about stories about Black women, if it's not Black excellence or something that they deem to be respectable, then the content that is about those non-respectable things, They complain about it being not good enough. And that's not the image. Why are we doing shows about black baby mamas and not married wives taking care of their children with loving husbands? Why are we not doing stories about that? Even when reality TV, why are they always fighting on reality TV? Why are we not showing respectful stories? It's always going to be somebody that's not down with showing the ugly side or the not respectable side, when it should be equal about. It should be all the stories told. I'm not somebody who thinks that it should be one respectful story. And so when we think, the problem is with what you're saying, and not that it's a problem, I understand what you're saying, but the problem is everybody is not going to agree that the content is problematic. That's the problem. Everybody is not going to agree. I have content about me. I got a video that is one of my most popular videos called Pussy Stunt, about me tricking niggas. I got some, when I put that out there, people were sliding in my inbox telling me that I shouldn't put that type of stuff out because then they gonna think that trans women is out here tricking niggas. That was some content that people had a problem with. They thought that I was putting out a certain narrative. One of my most popular videos, Man of My Dreams. I'm sneaking and sucking a nigga dick that don't know my teeth. But that's my life. I've experienced that. I don't know if other trans girl is doing it. But that's what I experienced with my own life. And so I'm sharing my own life. But there's some people who have a problem with that content. Am I going to take it down? No. But when I put it up, that was the response to it. So everybody is not going to agree with the type of content that is respectful. Oh, I have what you call it? The anniversary of Stonewall is tomorrow. That is my alarm. That's experience, though. Even if it's wrong, there's still a lesson to be learned. Right. So who gets to say? I wish I did. Who gets to say what is right, what is wrong? Like, it gets us. I don't think it's wrong to state your opinion on whether you think it's right or wrong. But the problem is you're never going to get a consensus. So I'm not saying to stop critiquing. What I'm saying is I need you also to pay attention to what you think is acceptable. Happy birthday. If I don't see you tomorrow, which I'm not going to see you tomorrow. So happy birthday now. Gemini, aren't you a Gemini? Or this Cancer. You're a Cancer. Yep, two things can be true at once. My argument is that since the trans community is so small and most people are already confused, putting out content that is so nuanced makes it difficult to move forward. Okay. My only pushback on that is I have a problem with people blaming everything on confused. I don't think people be confused. I feel like they get it, they just disagree. I don't think transphobes are confused. I think that they don't think you should fucking exist. I don't think that you can be a woman and you was born a male. I'm not confused about shit that you're saying. I know what you're trying to sell me, but I just disagree. You see what I'm saying? I don't think it's always confusion. You have people who don't objectively think. So when people give their raw experience, they only think about how it negatively influences rather than listening to understand. Woo! Come on, New York. New York says we must stop kitty gloving these folks who ain't kitty gloving us. Amen. I don't dumb down these people. I feel like these motherfuckers be knowing. I don't believe that either. Most people are not invested in trans issue to seek understanding. It's too it I could believe that 15 years ago. I can't believe it now. They're running campaigns on it. They're moving people to the polls to be against us right now. They are invested in it. Now, 15, 20 years ago, I feel like people were like, what? I don't give a fuck about that shit. That ain't got nothing to do with us. But now, 2025, I don't believe that. They invested. They have the reason why they invested. Because it moves people. There has been research shown that the trans issue moves people to the right, even lefties. They know that the trans shit get motherfuckers hyped up. It was a wedge issue to get people to align with conservatives. Yes. They care. That moves people. Respectable content or not, they don't care for people's existence. Yeah. And I feel like another element is you not gonna I don't know. If you fuck with trans people, you not gonna look at Lily Tino and be like, oh no, I don't fuck with that trans shit. If you look at what she doing negatively, it's because you was already over there. I don't find that to be that powerful. I don't find that to be. I feel like us critiquing it makes it more powerful because everybody's chiming in on their opinion. But just on its own, I don't think it's moving people. Good night, Jenny. I don't think it's moving people like that. Do you think somebody is looking at Lily Tino and saying, who isn't already a transphobe, and saying, see, look at this creep going to the girls' bathroom. They're already a transphobe if they're doing that. I don't think she's shifting the tides. Looking at one person, Lily Tino, and judging the entire community is ignorant, period. And it's because you want to. Are these Lays? No, they are. I think Frito-O's. It's just Fritos. I'm fixing some chili. I don't even know why I'm eating these by itself. I don't even like these by themselves like that. I don't know why. I'm just eating. I ain't even hungry. I want to put them over some chili. Yeah, some salsa and chili and sour cream. That's why I bought them. So okay, because I'm throwing out some ground beef, so I'm gonna do that. Hey, Coco. Polar says the people who have been more objective towards the trans community have, unfortunately, been the black side. I've experienced more homophobia and transphobia from them than any other group of folks. Polar, are you black? I'm black. The problem that I have with a black person saying that is proximity. But I don't think that's just this issue right now. If you black, you gonna have more black people in your vicinity or your radar when it comes to shit. All of my bullies in my life, 80% have been black. But I'm a black girl. I'm a black trans woman. I'm in black community. If I went to all white schools, all my bullies would have been white. So, of course, it's going to be more because you black. So, of course, you're going to hear more black people talking about anti-transness than other races. I don't even be watching white people like that. So, of course, I'm going to hear more anti-trans rhetoric coming from black people because I don't engage with white people content like that. Some, but very compared to black, no, they're probably like 10%, if that. I follow black people. So, of course, when I hear anti-black rhetoric, it's going to be from some black motherfuckers because I'm black and I'm in black community. And so I'm going to do that. So I'm never going to now, if you just be around white people all the time and you only hear from black people, then that would make sense to me. But for me, it's kind of like the black on black crime situation. Like, of course, in the black community, it's gonna be black on black crime that we notice and pay attention to. But if you was white, most of the people who do the crimes in your group is white. The same thing. It's kind of that kind of black on black trope where it's like, of course. I think it's kind of there's for us to align with the idea that black people are more homophobic, black people are more transphobic, black people are more colorist is ahistorical. I think that it is. I think that's ahistorical. I had a conversation about colorism too. Not I had a conversation, but I watched Deontay Kyle on Mona on Don't Call Me White Girl. Let me see if I can find it. History. Don't Call Me White Girl. Okay.
Travel can be.
Skip. Let me go to 26. Okay. This is her talking about
colorism works. I
colorism
understand
works.
that it's harder for you the darker you are in this country. I understand the full gamut, but why does that take away what I experienced as a kid, right? Because nobody liked me because I was light skinned. Now, after doing that podcast, tons of research, I figured out, I Googled what colorism meant. Yeah. So I was wrong about that. Yeah. Colorism only works in one way. Right. Although, what I noticed, and I get it a lot in my emails and my texts, but y'all, when y'all talk to me, when I first went viral, people used to write me like, now we finally have somebody to stand up for us. Like every freckle-faced ginger, all y'all light-skinned cousins with the red hair was all in my DMs and emails like, yeah, bitch, hold us down, right? Because I don't really know light-skinned people that didn't have that same experience, especially from the ghetto.
Okay.
It's an assumption that you are not as tough as everybody else when you're light.
Yeah, but this goes way back.
Okay.
Way back.
So, I don't know. I want to talk about that. Because it goes back to what I think when we talk about with Polar, I think. Listen. When you see that ISM on some shit, that is about systems. So when we talk about racism, you see that ISM, we're talking about systematic shit. When we talk about sexism, when we talk about colorism, when you see that ism, we're talking about systematic structures and the harm that these systems actually do to somebody. Yes, everything she said is true. I have been mistreated because in certain situations, because I was lighter skinned. Some boys, some darker boys. I remember when I was in 3rd grade, it was dark skinned niggas that was chasing me home. Most of my bullies when I was younger was dark skinned niggas. When I was in high school, William Holland, Brandon Burke, dark skinned niggas. It was dark skinned niggas that was bothering me. When I was young, in my younger mind, I didn't understand the nuance of those systems. I was just thinking about it on a simpler level, just a one-on-one level. Why are these dark-skinned people bothering me? I'm not thinking about why, yes, they're bothering me and they shouldn't be bothering me. But when I would have to fight somebody because I'm queer and they bullying me, and I would have to go to the detention office, when I would go in this fucking detention office and see all the boys who I knew was bullies or blah, 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 why is everybody, they don't, it's only dark-skinned niggas in this detention. I didn't, in 3rd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade, I don't have the political mind that I have now to notice that it's only dark-skinned boys in here. You the only reason why you in here is because you gay and you fought somebody. But I'm not paying attention to the fact that everybody in this detention, after school detention, is dark-skinned boys. All I'm worried about when I come in this room is like, damn, these are all my fucking bullies. All these niggas gonna start calling me fag when I come in here. They gonna call me sissies. In 5th grade. But at 44, because I know the statistics and I know the systems that pipeline boys, because we're in this school in the hood that don't got enough activities, don't got enough funding, why are these black boys going to this particular poor ass school with no kind of resources? With they don't have enough money to pay for a good guidance counselor, to even talk to them about anti-bullying, to talk to them about safe sex, to talk to them about why drugs is bad, they're not investing in this the way they're investing in other people. And so the system led all these boys in here, and individuals treating them super, super bad, where even though I was gay and that could bring some negative stuff, I also was light-skinned. And so some of my teachers were treating me a little bit better and not quick to call the police on me, not quick to send me to the detention center. And so while my 5th grade mind couldn't know the political implications of it, because I didn't intellectually understand the systems, I'm thinking that these dark-skinned boys are bothering me because I'm light-skinned. And that could be an element, but it doesn't, colorism is not affecting me. That system, that ISM, that system is actually not affecting me. This is just some prejudice happening. They're actually lashing out at me because I'm queer and I'm light-skinned, and we've been taught that you better, so we're going to punch on and beat on you. But the system is still affecting them in a way that it's not affecting me. And my brain as an adult has the concept of the system. And I can separate the system from just some prejudice happening. Does it make sense? I can separate that this was just a prejudice moment that I was still in. I still was benefiting from the system. It doesn't feel good, me being bullied by these dark-skinned boys, getting chased at home. That doesn't feel good, but that's not colorism. That's not that system affecting me. That's prejudice, but it's not colorism. And then she said, colorism only works one way. Can't they just be badass bastards? If you're getting mostly dark-skinned people in dark-skinned boys in your detention center, there's no way that it's only badass bastards as dark-skinned male children. If all your badass bastards, because all kids can be badass bastards, but if all of a sudden all your badass bastards are dark-skinned male children, you have a problem. There's something going on. There's something going on that's making that number high. Some systematic reason. They could be just that. But if it's only that demographic, only dark-skinned black males that ain't a coincidence, right? That's not a coincidence. That is some systematic reason that is happening. Some type of systematic oppression and prejudice that's happening. My friend group was diverse, Hispanic, black, white, because I grew up in Florida. I found that the vitriol was very strong on the black side. The transphobia really came hard from black women. Yes. No. I'm not saying I'm not saying that your experience is not real. I'm saying that there's a reason why you as a black person is going to get access to that vitriol. And we're not going to talk about the freedom that other cultures have when it comes to their gender expression, just based on anti-Blackness. White men are the top of the food chain. They can be way more free sexually. They ain't compared to black men. They can be way more free and open. Way more free. It's less dangerous in the world for them. So they're going to have access to be more free and accepting. They're at the top of the food chain. It's not dangerous. They have the privilege of individualism. When a white person does something egregious or not respectable, they're not blanketing it over the whole group. When we are doing something that's not respectable to them, aka be trans, be gay, be effeminate, they don't blanket it over their whole group. They blanket it over our whole group. So they have the benefit of individualism. So even the anti-Blackness would the system being set up like that will allow us to be a situation where it's harder. The other friend's family were saying it behind your back. I bet money on that. That part too. You black, so they can talk to you openly. Whereas the white person, because of the white guilt and racism, they might not give you the same anti-Blackness publicly to you as the black person. They are the lone wolf, yes. They were also noticing your difference. They've been trained to be racist in private, and that carries over into other isms, yes. You are not, because that's why I asked you, are you black? You are not white, so you're not gonna have access to the full breadth of their racism. Anybody who doesn't navigate cis maleness, we are not gonna have access to the full breadth of cis men's misogyny. We're just not gonna have access to it. We're not gonna be allowed in certain rooms. We're not gonna be allowed to see the full-fledged conversation of these men. That's also this content creation too. Sometimes we are in these conversations. I just watched a video of a man talking to his homeboy, and his homeboy was recording it. And this is 2025, and he was arguing with this man about him being allowed to rape his wife because that's his wife.
Look, you.
Let me see if I can find it.
My name is Dr. Charity Oyedeji. I'm a hematologist. As a right now.
I must. Let me see if I can find it. Activity. He was just. I don't think he would have had this conversation with women. Come on with the topic tonight. There was a activities likes. Let's see if I can find. Oh, this is an example too, but just on the religious side. Okay. If you're not a Christian, you are not going, especially if you're not a white Christian, or if you might know that Christianity is weird and they can do some weird ass shit. But if you are not in them churches every day, getting the sermons, you ain't gonna get the full breadth of how toxic their culture can be. White evangelicals, Kojic people, you don't know the ugly side of them because you're not in the culture. You can have a general idea of, oh, they super religious, blah blah blah, but you wouldn't get the full breadth of how they think about shit. So let me give you this perfect example.
And if you're a woman, you ain't got no business wearing no pajama pants. Somebody said, what? The Bible is very plain. You got pajama pants on in the house, you a cross-dresser. Put on something that's holy and sanctified. You also say, well, I'm supposed to be comfortable in my own house. Listen, your body's supposed to be a living sacrifice. It ain't meant to be comfortable.
What the fuck are you talking about?
And if you're a woman, you ain't got no business wearing no pajama. And if you're a woman, you ain't got no business.
That's crazy. In fucking insane. I said cross-dresser. Well, happy Pride, ladies. Where is the conversation with that boy? God damn, I hate that I can't find where it's at. Okay, here. Damn, so women can't even wear PJs down. Child, crazy. But that level of stupid, if I'm not if he wasn't recorded and somebody recorded him and posted it, we wouldn't know that level of stupidity because I'm not a Christian. That was a pulpit conversation at the church. Do you see what I'm saying? You have to be in that group to know the breadth of how foolish they can be.
I think it's just respecting her boundaries and understanding that you can't force somebody to do something that they don't want to do because that's considered. I don't want to. Whoa. No. First off, that's your wife. You took vows to honor and obey, right? So there's no. If you want it, bro, that's. No, that's not. No, yes, it is. Your wife. It's a difference if she's passed out and you try to. No. If you say, hey, babe,
So he's arguing with his homeboy about whether or not his wife can be raped. Marital rape became illegal in all 50 states in 1993. Marital rape. It been legal in some states for a long time, but there was different states that were kind of increment, like similar to like same-sex marriage. But across the board, all 50 states, raping your wife became illegal in 1993. Right. Marriage should not erase consent. It doesn't. But prior to 1993, there was no legal ramifications in a lot of states for a wife to bring up rape charges to her husband because people thought like him. It's states currently fighting to keep their consent age at 16. And some of that consent age can go lower if they're getting married. Yes, 1993. 1993. Yes. Women weren't allowed to get legally get business loans until 1988. On their own, without a husband, without no kind of something. Business loans in 1988. Credit cards in 70 something, 75 or 73. Bank accounts a little bit earlier. So, yes. So in 1993, across all 50 states, We have legal marital rapes were illegal. So now, in 2025, this man is sitting, his homeboy is explaining to him that it's still her choice, bro. And you are saying she's my wife. She decided to, she took the vows to, what did he say? Obey.
I think it's just respecting her boundaries and understanding that you can't force somebody to do something that they don't want to do, because that's considered.
Right.
I don't want to. Whoa. No. First off, that's your wife. You took vows to honor and obey, right? So,
first off, that's your wife. You took vows to honor and obey. That's some old school shit. Some of this shit is rage bait too. It is. You're right. Goes back to click. But sometimes the rage bait is also people think like this. This is not. I've in person heard people have this conversation. So there are people who think like this. So yes, I do think people make content to be rage baity, but it also is not fake. There are people who talk just like this. I get to do whatever to my wife because that's my wife. Ain't no. Ain't no. Ain't no such thing as rape. I can't rape my wife because ain't no. So, yeah, that's weird.
First, I wanted to say the reason why I did that post yesterday was. First, I wanted to say.
Let me go back to this. Okay, so let's get it spicy. All right. We good. I think we got enough time for this because I don't like to go over 4 hours. All right, so let's talk about this.
Shit's getting weird. Part infinity.
Have you fallen in love with a child before?
I have. I would rather die a virgin than harm a child.
When did you figure out that you were attracted to kids?
I was in 7th grade. A neighbor came to visit my grandfather with a 7-year-old daughter, and I looked up at her and I just was mesmerized by her beauty. And that's kind of when I first started to realize, wait a minute, my attractions go way lower than what I thought they did. I went through a couple of years of denial and kind of back and forth on it, but eventually probably about the age of 16, I basically started to accept it. People go, oh, you can't, you have a hard time controlling yourself. You're going to, you're destined to offend. I don't think that's true for most MAP. MAP, minor attracted person. Non-offending MAPs exist. We are out there. I don't believe in conversion therapy. Best they can do is help us to cope and find ways to live with it without causing harm. Destigmatizing itself will help MAPs to come out of the shadows.
Stay in the fucking shadows. Stay your ass in the shadows because it's for your best interest. Listen, I'm a pretty open person, but I'll never be open with this. I will never call you a MAP. It's never gonna fucking happen. I know we don't agree on a lot as a society, but we can agree on this. We will never, ever desensitize ourselves to this shit. It's never gonna happen. And as a new father, I was already hiding with this. As a new father, y'all better stay y'all asses in the fucking shadows. Shit's getting weird.
All right, what's your thoughts? Okay, we said, oh, not that spicy. This is getting disgusting. Literally got chills in the worst way. Whoa, bruh. What the fuck? Disgusting. Very dangerous. I don't agree with the black man. Hide your kids. My brother's in prison now after something like this. My donor. They miss the days when that was legal. Japan just lifted their age of consent. The white man believes he can't be reformed because of that thinking. You do need to be able to start some kind of conversation with these people. So, I don't believe in cute little names, MAPS, MAP, minor attracted people. You're a pedophile. You're you haven't done anything. Great, wonderful. I don't think that they should stay in the closet. And I hate to even say in the closet. I don't think that they should stay hidden, because when you start saying in the closet, then it makes this kind of weird parallel to homosexuality and gayness and da 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 da, stealth, da 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 da. I don't like that. So let me retract that language. I don't think that they should be hidden. I don't think that they should be in the shadows, because when they're in the shadows, that and they're dealing with this alone, I feel like that is a recipe for disaster. Saying something is sick, disgusting. While I understand it, because I'm not a pedophile and I think that it's disgusting, I think that it's sick. I do think it's sick. But saying it in the same way that when people used to say homosexuality, and you got to, I'm comparing the stigma of it. We're not saying that these are equal. I'm talking about the stigma and why people hid things like this. If you give them room to talk about it, we can get room for them to get help. That don't mean, oh, this is normal. You can't play the same game with homosexuality. Do you see what I'm saying? You can be like, that's normal. There's tons of gay people. You can play the normality game with that. But this is where it gets witchy, because that's a slippery slope. Because some people don't think that that's natural, normal, or good. Homosexuality. They think that is just as deviant as pedophiles. That's why they connect the two. But I think us who understand that. Now, somebody who way over there, they may not be able to get it. But I feel like people being honest like this allows us to talk to him and say, hey, let's talk and see where your mind, how did this start? How did this begin? How are you able to not act on it? When does it get hard? When does it get difficult? So we can avoid putting you and other people like you in those situations. You have to, we don't learn about narcissistic people until we talk to psychiatrists and psychologists, talk to narcissists or sociopaths or serial killers. We can't get into their mind unless we talk to them and we know they exist. But if he can't say anything, he can't tell us why. If I can't talk to a rapist about when was his first rape, how did it happen, what did you do, we can't study and examine and reduce the risk. How does this happen? Let me see what y'all saying. There's an episode of Cops shows where the cops basically unwittingly talk a man back into offending because the cops was talking like the black man. Children cannot consent, though. This cannot be convinced. This I cannot be convinced of. We're not talking about consent. Yeah, we're not talking about the right or wrongness of molesting children. We're not talking that is unequivocally wrong. But we're talking about somebody who is saying that this is a problem of mine. Just like drugs. We know drugs are bad. I don't care. That's my opinion of it. Drugs are bad. They're bad on your body. They're bad on your health. They're bad. So if they can't freely talk about their problem and it's just shrouded in shame, if you're not going and getting on your meds, you're not detectable, you're just out here raw dogging the world because you're ashamed of potentially having HIV, that stigma puts people at risk, in them and the people that they are sleeping with. We're talking about stigma. We're not talking about the right or wrong of consent. They need help and they should disclose privately to professionals. Mm, mm, I don't know. I don't know. I think it goes back to content. I think it goes back to content. There could be somebody who sees that and say, dang, I do have a problem. I need to get help. Matt Delay spoke. He said most don't act on it, but how do we know that? We don't. We know a lot of kids being molested. They need to be known and seen and treated. They need therapy and screening. Yes, and I need them to be open about it, because if they open, we can know they're at risk. Sam, if they're open, at least we know that we need to be cautious. But yes, they should be able to speak about it. We should ask questions. But we can't, let's be very clear. We can't make this into a thing like it's cute. That's the whole name shit. We're MAPS, minor attracted people, bitch. We not making this no cute ass name. This is bad. We're not rebranding it into something cute and dainty. You like fucking kids. You are attracted to children, and that is wrong. There's a problem. You don't need a cute name. Minor attracted people. Girl. That's not, I don't think that that's something that should be respected with a cute name. Yes, they should be able to speak about it. They hide all the time, and that's how children become victims. I'd rather they start talking. Yes, I agree. Jay, I agree. They should do it privately, though. What does that help, though? What does privately talking about something help? If you think you're alone in this, how does that help? How does privately help it? I think professional help is the help. I think they need professional help. I think this is something that somebody can do the work doing. I don't know the process of it, but somebody can create groups. I'm pretty sure there are groups out here that they can talk about, that they can talk to people about. I have no advanced degree, but I believe that In the Shadows is a recipe for disaster. It is. There's no way around it. That's what it is. I feel like there are some natural social dynamics that can be therapeutic to some of them. Like, I don't see how them folks function without crumbling psychologically, but they absolutely need to talk to. I hate to see it, but conversion therapy seems useful there. I don't think that works. I think that trains them. The disgust and the shame should be upheld. There's no understanding of people attraction to children. Shame, 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 shame. Yeah, I think that that's a recipe. Shame. If you know anything about psychology, sociology, psychiatry, Shame is the root of a lot of people's behavior. That those negative behaviors, shame does not cause, does not actually, um that causes harm. That doesn't actually help people. Shame and abuse, that doesn't help people. That actually warps them. So if you're trying to stop something from happening, you're actually reinforcing it. Show me a person just on a broader level, not no molesting kids shit, but it's just on a broader level. Show me a person that treats people like shit, and I show you a person that hates themselves, that's shamed about something that happened to them. I have not met a person that treats people like shit, that doesn't have something in their past where they were shamed, and they grew up and their behavior is lashing out on somebody else, somebody smaller and weaker or less powerful. Shame doesn't solve problems. Shame warps them. Shame twists the problems. Shame doesn't solve it. Yeah. Yeah, if we're looking for solutions, shame ain't the problem. Look at Cersei. I know this is a fake person, but Cersei, look at what happened to Cersei. What did Cersei end up doing because of the shame? You just that's a shame. That's that Game of Thrones quote. Yeah, they shamed her. They made her walk through the streets naked. But what did she end up doing? It twists it. Shame twists you. It doesn't help you. It didn't turn Cersei into an amazing person. It didn't atone her. It didn't change her into a special person. It actually made her worse. I'm gonna blow this city up. I'm gonna give y'all the green fire. So now, instead of it just being I'm a stuck up rich woman, I'm just a stuck up rich woman doing what my daddy told me. Now I'm a mass murderer. Because now I'm motivated by revenge. Now I want to harm all of y'all. Shame ain't never been something that help people. But yeah. But I understand. It's not I don't think being disgusted by it is a problem. I don't think shame is the solution. I think what we're trying to figure out is the solution. I don't think us thinking that is, oh, let's coddle the pedophile. No, I don't think that that's cute. But I don't think totally shutting off the conversation and them letting them be honest about it is a problem. The stay in the shadows. Do you want them to stay in the shadows? Do you really? Like serial killers? Is that what you want? I wouldn't. This is a tricky one. I haven't reached my understanding of the disorder. And I don't even want to say it's, I have a problem with calling it a disorder. I don't know if it's this, I don't know. I think it's a problem. I think it's a sickness. I think it's a sickness. I don't know. I don't know the language to use, but disorder may be good. My knee-jerk reaction is punitive consequences for those persons. But you're talking about punitive consequences for those persons, but he's a person, if everything is true, he's a person that hasn't acted on his attraction. I've never molested kids. I'm just telling you that I'm attracted to them. What are you giving him consequences for? He hasn't done anything technically. He's just being honest about the attraction. He says, I haven't offended any children. I haven't touched any children. I'm just being honest that I was attracted to a 7-year-old. And when I see little kids, I'm attracted to them. So I'm telling you that this is a problem for me. I haven't done anything. So what consequences? He hasn't broken any law. Queerphobia isn't systematic, or is it just prejudice? Just wanted to clarify. It just depends on the circumstances. Yes, but if there is a systematic anti-queer system in our culture, so yes, queerphobia can be systematic, yes. But it just depends on the circumstances. That queer people experience that cisgender people do not. Did he admit that it was indeed wrong, or I missed that part? Yes, he said he needs help. They were discussing what should be done about it. Let's see let me go back to it so we can play it again.
Shit's getting weird.
And I looked up at her and I just was mesmerized by her beauty. And that's kind of when I first started to realize, wait a minute, my attractions go way lower than what I thought they did. I went through a couple of years of denial and kind of back and forth on it. But eventually, probably about the age of 16, I basically started to accept it. People go, oh, you can't, you have a hard time controlling yourself. You're going to, you're destined to offend. I don't think that's true for most MAP. MAP, minor attracted person. Non-offending MAPs exist. We are out there. I don't believe in conversion therapy. Best they can do is help us to cope and find ways to live with it without causing harm. Destigmatizing itself will help MAPs to come out of the shadows.
Stay in the fucking shadows.
Yeah. So he's trying to have the difficult conversation that we are discussing. Just curious, will we all feel as strongly if it was animals? I feel the same disgust to me. Yeah, I feel this bestiality, any of that. Bestiality, having sex with animals, having sex with children, yeah, anything that can't consent is weird to me. I'm just disgusted, but I want to know when you doing it. I don't want it to be a secret. It would be weird to be a secret to me. It would be, I would want to I want you to tell me. I want people to be able to talk about it so we can fix you, honey. I don't think shame and shadow fixes the problem. Shame and shadow doesn't fix any of the shit that we got that's secretly wearing people out. I don't think that's the best way to go. I don't have all the solutions, but I don't think shame. I don't think. I know shame is not the solution. We already in the shame of it, and we're not fixing the problem. So it's already stigmatized and shameful. So clearly, the shame ain't stopping it. That's making them hide. So the shame ain't working. Because the motherfucker can't come out and be like, oh, I'm a pedophile. And it not be shameful. So the shame ain't working. So it's not working. So the shame part, the shame and the stigma ain't stopping it. So how can we get the solution? What's the solution to it? Because the shame and stigma ain't solving it. Because it's there. It's there now. And we still have these problems with people being molested and people being raped and people being pedophiles. So how do we stop it? We have to figure this out for real, because imagine hearing him say that and thinking pre-register him as an offender. He'd have no reason not to actually harm a child. These people have to be addressed and dealt with. Care and compassion is in spite of our feelings is paramount. This is tough though. I don't think it's everybody's job to do that. I think people who have that as their purpose in their work, like if they work with pedophiles and to dismantle the whatever that is, if they do that work, that's their job. I don't think all of us, it wouldn't be my job to work with motherfuckers like that. I couldn't do it because I'm coming with the idea of disgust. It's not my job to do. So I'm going to continue to feel disgusted by it. But I also know that shame and stigma is not going to solve the problem. Do you feel what I'm saying? But I know I'm not the person to fix it. It just dawned on me. The great lesson here is consent, and the discussion should be around that rather than focus on the pedos and bestiality. That should be also cover rapists. Education around consent, yes. Yes, absolutely. But I think this discussion is whether they should be stay in the shadows or not. That's the um that's the that's where that video inspired that conversation. What did you say? Speaking of stigma, are black trans women treated better than white men? What? What are the stats on white male to female trans murderers? You go to my article called "Death in the Family." It's on Insider. You will see a lot of stats that you can compare black trans women's murders and white trans women's murders. You can go there. You just Google "Death in the Family Trans Homicide Study." Insider, and it's a whole article about it that you can read and go through the database. I don't really, I wouldn't compare trans women to white men. I don't know why I would do that in the context of their murders. Um, One thing that comes off on the top of my head is that when the white trans woman is the victim, they get justice more often. And this is just measuring from 2017 to 2022. Yeah, 2017 to 2022. The murders between that time, if the victim was white, they got convicted more. The murderers got convicted more if the victim was white. But predominantly the victim was black. There was way more black trans women, particularly dark-skinned trans women, who are murdered. So, yes, that is systematic. Absolutely. I thought she was asking, do white men treat trans women better? I really wasn't for sure. I just hear, are black trans women treated better by white men? Oh, she did ask that. I thought it was. I must have read it wrong. What are the stats on white M to F murders? That's why I was thinking about the murders. When the victim is white, they get better justice. Now, as far as white men treating trans women better than black men, I don't know. I don't think that there's been any study, or I don't think there can be a unbiased study on that. Oh, this is very heavy. What are we doing this weekend? I don't know. What am I doing this weekend? This is Saturday. So today's Friday. Um, Saturday is Pride. I don't think I'm going to Pride. I don't think I'm going to the parade. Um, I don't really be on Pride like that. I like Pride events, but I like certain type of Pride events. Um, Not necessarily true. And if I Ant said can't penalize the thoughts without the act. But what exactly is the act? But what exactly is the act? Wait, hold on. But what exactly is the act will evolve? I don't know what that last sentence means, but I agree with the first sentence. You can't penalize the thoughts without the act. Like that's just are we gonna if I think about killing a motherfucker and I don't act on it, and do I need to go to jail? That's a weird slippery slope. Like if he hasn't done anything, you can't do anything. Not necessarily true. And if I vocalize a threat, though, I'll be charged criminally for that. But saying that you're attracted to somebody isn't a threat. Now, if I say I'm going to molest that little girl, that's a threat. But saying, oh, I'm attracted to little girls isn't a threat. So there is, or little boys, whatever. So there is a road here, but again, the punitive nature, it wouldn't encourage folks to be open. Yeah, I'm trying to see Enigma for free, but I can't find it. It just came out, I think. Christian came out in as trans in the 50s. Any new documentaries or shows? Yes, Enigma. Watch Enigma because we'll be talking about that next Friday. Enigma on HBO. I watched Mama's Boy on HBO. HBO does the best. I'm sorry, HBO does the best documentaries to me. There's some good ones on Netflix too, but I don't know, something about HBO's be hitting. Do you think the exclusion endemic to the system itself? What would be the alternative? What do you mean? I don't exclusion of what of who? What are you talking about? You go to a lot of places at once, and I don't know what you're talking about. Why did Christian Jorgensen come up in this conversation? I will watch Enigma today, Mother Diamond. Yes, I will be talking about it Friday. So I feel like Enigma is good because I feel like it's the Mortician was good too. Ooh, Mortician was good. Um a lot of time when there are documentaries about trans people, they are clearly teaching about transness to people who don't know about transness. Enigma, the question that is being posed in Enigma by comparing the two people that they are comparing is actually a very poignant question to trans people. So that's why I need y'all to watch it, because if you pay attention why they are comparing these two people in this documentary and how they move as a trans woman, it's a great question for the trans community. It doesn't feel like this is talking, and I can see why, because it's a trans person that's leading it. And when you get trans people to lead projects about ourselves, we ask those poignant questions to ourselves, and while simultaneously asking questions to the world and or teaching the world. So it's really really good. I think I think it's one of the best new ones that I love. Hi California. I'm watching the live 50 minutes behind, but I enjoy your live so much. Thank you. I read the synopsis for a segment at the beginning of the stream, and I think I know what you want to talk about next Friday. I want to talk about the whole thing. Amanda's career would have been stunted if she came out, and man, the first two albums were everything. None of the kind of like the light skinned people who have opportunity to pass. No, that's not what I want to talk about. But I'm sure we can go into that. That's not what I want to talk about though. What I think I feel like it's a couple of things. It's a couple of things. That ain't it though. Not for me. I think that's a layered, but I think that's like 101 passing trans woman. Yeah. Yeah, we all want to, not all of us, I guess, since we in this new day and age, but back in the day, we all wanted to pass, child. And so wanting to pass, like the mulattoes used to do, that parallel is there, but that's like a 101 parallel. But there's I feel like I need to add. I don't want to have a conversation yet. I'll have it Friday. I don't even want to go into it. I'll have a whole discussion prepared for that because I feel like that's a good ass fucking documentary. Yeah, it's I think it's really really good because it's yeah, it's a life. It's choices. What's a good choice? What's a bad choice? What's a some of the choices that were made, was it good, was it bad, was it not, is sacrifices, not sacrificing, being two white women in the privilege of white womanhood. It's so many things in there that's so layered because there was a lot of privileges going on because they white women. It was a bunch of privileges going on, and being spicy white because some of them, yeah, it's a whole other thing. But yeah, Mortician was good too. Mortician was so much privilege. That white man would not have been that successful if he wasn't a handsome white man child from a rich family. They wouldn't have took this long to find he was to uncover his foolishness if he wasn't a handsome rich white man from a good family. There was so much bullshit on that. I haven't finished the last episode of Mortician. I haven't finished the most recent one. But that show, it was getting crazy to me too. Did y'all watch the Tylenol Killers? Did y'all watch that? That was crazy as hell. The Tylenol Killer, that was wild. On Netflix, he showed no remorse at all what he was doing to them bodies. None. Hmm. All right, y'all. We've been on here for 4 hours. I'm about to get up off of here. No, I've been lacking on my doctor these days. I do agree with HBO. Knocked it out the park. Yeah, they kill it. Um, but yeah, make sure y'all check out I'm Your Venus. I thought it was really good. There was some emotional parts and there was some kiki parts. But yeah, make sure y'all check it out and make sure y'all watch Enigma. Go check it out. It's so good. A thumbs up. Have a wonderful day. Happy Pride.